Moffat's hat? No, I'm not on camera yet.
I don't know what happened there. For 5 minutes, I've been going back and forth trying to get in, but I'm in. Hello, everyone. Good morning.
It's a good thing you're there, Chair, because it was getting out of control.
Yeah, we're a wild bunch.
We are crazy people.
So do we have enough people for quorum? I think so.
We do.
All right, let's get going then. And with that, I'm just going to have a quick quorum call, letting you all know that Councillor Tierney is going to be about 5 minutes late. Councillor Brockington? No?
No.
Councillor Cloutier, yes. Councillor Dudas?
No.
Councillor Hubley, yes.
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri?
Yes.
Councillor Kitts?
Hi.
Councillor Leeper?
Good morning.
Councillor Moffat?
Hello.
Councillor Suggs?
Good morning.
Yes. Hi. And as I said, Councillor Tierney will be joining us shortly. Vice Chair Gower. Yes. Hi, Glenn.
Hello.
And I am here.
And Councillor El Shantiri is here.
I called him.
Oh, sorry. And Councillor Brockington has just joined.
Who has?
Councillor Brockington.
Okay, good. I mixed it up a bit and put Eli right in the middle today.
Right.
This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 1 to 6 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the local planning appeal tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the local planning appeal tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for zoning and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council, which will be on June the 9th, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. And if anyone has any motions that they know of now that you haven't submitted, colleagues, if you would, that would be great, so that we all can see it, and the delegations, the public, and the applicant can as well. Thank you. Any declarations of interest? I see none. Confirmation of minutes from the meeting number 42 from May the 13th, 2021. That carry?
Carried.
Good. All right. The first item up is a deferred from the previous meeting, so we'll come back to that one. It'll be quick because it's just clarification of the motion that was half introduced in the last meeting. We'll be holding number 2. Number 2 is the zoning bylaw amendment for 2 and 20 Leakin Drive and 99 Bill Leatham Drive in Councillor Meehan's ward. So we'll hold that. We have a number of speakers and a lot of correspondence on that one. The next item is the zoning bylaw amendment for 930, 934, and 936 March Road in West Carleton. I don't have any speakers speaking against it. Does anyone have any questions on this particular item before I ask the applicant whether they still need to speak? Let me just turn on. I don't see any. So I'll go to Ms. Henderson.
Can I just make a quick comment, Madam Chair? Just thank you to our staff on this file and working together with both council. I know sometimes it's challenging to make arrangement between two offices, but I just want to say they did a great job keeping both councillors involved, myself and Councillor Suggs as the future councillor, I hope, for this area.
Thank you, Eli. So I'll go to Ms. Henderson. Beth, do you need to speak with your cast of many talented people I see with you here today? Do you need to speak if we're prepared to carry this item? Beth? Or Bronwyn?
But Miguel is here.
Miguel isn't on here. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, it is Miguel. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong list. There's so many of you. Miguel?
Yeah, that's fine. That's quite all right. No, we don't need to speak unless there's any questions for the team.
And there isn't. Okay, thank you very much. So on the zoning bylaw amendment for 930, 934, and 936 March Road, is that carried?
Okay,
Carried.
Thank you. Next item is the zoning bylaw amendment for 166 Huron Avenue in Kitchissippi Ward. We do have a couple of speakers. And we have the applicant here with representation as well. So we will hold number 4. Number 5 is the zoning bylaw amendment for 316-332 Clifton Road. I have no speakers on this. The applicant is here. Does anyone have any questions on this one in Kitchissippi Ward?
Just to thank staff for their work on this. It's a Barry Hoban designed planned unit development just off of Scott Street. And I think a lot of folks in the community were pleased to see something at a nice low rise scale in behind the high rises that are coming in. So we know that there's a lot of intensification coming in the vicinity of Westboro Station. This is a great way to get housing in there that will accommodate families.
Great, thank you. Councillor Dudas, I see that you've joined us. Thank you very much. And thank you for that, Councillor Leeper. So I go to the applicant. Nancy, are you here? Nancy Malach? Oh, and Barrett. Hi, Barrett. So if we're prepared to carry this item, do you still need to speak?
No, Madam Chair. And I just a quick note to thank Councillor Leeper for those comments. He was quite helpful in working alongside us and city staff in getting this to the point we're at today. So thank you.
Excellent. So on the item, 316 to 332 Clifton Road, carried?
Carried.
okay.
Thank you. I just noticed your text now, Councillor Judas. I had the same problem. I was playing around and so did Councillor Brockington. It's very strange. Maybe we'll take that away. The next item is in Rita Rockcliffe, and it is the zoning bylaw.
Recording in progress.
What was that?
Just a Zoom notification.
Someone just started recording this meeting.
Recording stopped.
Okay. All right. This is good times today already, isn't it? We've never seen any of this stuff happen before, so perhaps we want to do a bit of investigation, please, after. So back to Cummings Avenue. I mean, Cummings Avenue is becoming a regular street name that we're seeing before us at planning, which is great. It's always great when people are investing in our older communities. So this one is the zoning bylaw amendment at 630 Cummings Avenue. As I said, in Rita Rockcliffe, we have no delegations speaking. We do have Mr. Holzman here speaking on behalf of the applicant. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Holzman or for staff? I don't see any. So Bill, if we're prepared to carry this item, are you content not to speak?
Well, thrilled with the recommendation. We don't need to speak except to thank the planning department, particularly JC, for his creative use of the bylaw to come up with a provision for such an odd shaped lot. So another 30 affordable units in this area, as you say, it's a great spot, and we're anxious to proceed. Thanks very much.
That's great. And it's you know, one of those places in that neighborhood that's very walkable to pretty much anything.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in.
welcome.
So on the 630 Cummings Avenue zoning bylaw amendment, is that carried?
Okay.
Carried, thank you.
Great.
The
Thank
last
you.
item is the vacant urban residential land survey 2019 update. We have no one to speak. Any of you have any questions? None. So is that item received?
Received.
Received.
Thank you. So now we'll go back to the very first item. which was the deferral item I mentioned, the zoning bylaw amendment for 6429 Renault Road. And Vice Chair Gower has he'll bring the motion forward again.
Yeah,
With the addition of the minimum lot area.
Yeah, that's right. Air conditioner, condensers, and minimum lot area. So whereas the report recommends a zoning amendment to bylaw 2008-250 to permit low-rise back-to-back and stacked townhouses at 6429 Renault Road, and whereas the applicant has alerted staff of an omission in the details of recommended zoning document 2 in relation to the permitted location for air conditioner condensers, and requested to reduce the minimum lot area from 92 square meters to 84 square meters to be consistent with the exception provisions applicable to back-to-back dwellings in other zones currently in effect in Trails Edge. Therefore, be it resolved that document 2, section 2B be amended such that the third bullet be replaced with the following: provisions for townhouse dwellings that are vertically attached in the rear and side. Minimum lot area is 84 square meters. Air conditioner condenser may be located in a front yard or corner side yard when units are attached back to back. And be it further resolved that no further notice be provided pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act.
Thank you. So on this item, does anyone have any questions about the item itself? We have no speakers other than Julie Carrera from Foten or Bria Aird. And also Alexander is here from Richcraft on either the technical amendment or the report itself. I don't see anyone waving at me, so I'm going to ask the representative Bria or
Councillor
Julie, either one of you. If we're prepared to carry this item and the amendment, are you content with not speaking?
We don't need to speak if the item is carried unless councillors have questions, and I do see that Councillor Dudas has her hand up.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. I'm just asking you, though. You don't need to lead the meeting as well. And you don't need to speak. Okay, Councillor Dudas, do you want to speak?
I don't need to speak. I just want to register my dissent on this.
Okay. All right. So on the technical amendment, is that carried?
Carried.
Great.
Are you dissenting on that, Councillor Dudas?
No, that's okay. Technical
Okay.
amendment's fine. It's the report stuff.
So on the report as amended at 6429 Renault Road zoning bylaw amendment, is that carried?
Carried.
Carried.
With the noted dissent. Got that, Melody?
Got it, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going on to number 2, which is the zoning bylaw amendment 2 and 20 Leakin Drive and 99 Bill Leatham Drive. We have a number of speakers, as I mentioned, and the first speaker that we have, our planner, Allison Hamlin, is here speaking on this file. Our first speaker is Lise Sarazan. Lise, bienvenue, Lise. Is she here?
Give her 1 second.
Okay.
Madam Chair, there's no presentation on this.
No, we talked about it, but we had a meeting in the community 2 Thursdays ago with I think 150 people, 160 people attending. Thank you. Is Lise there now?
Yes, I am. Can
Oh,
you
hi,
hear me
Lise.
well?
Yes, we can. I can even see you.
Thank you very much.
Well,
Thank you very much, Madame Chair, councillors. Bienvenue et merci beaucoup de nous permettre de s'exprimer aujourd'hui. So, since the pandemic, the online purchases have increased tremendously and will be here to stay. Unfortunately, what happens is more online purchases, more transportation comes to our docks because they have to deliver the goods and services. So we do believe that this application is very valid and for many reasons. So one of the reasons, job creation, whether it's full-time or part-time, are going to come to support this proposal. We're going to attract more businesses because there's going to be a lot more traffic, mainly different sectors of businesses. There's going to be new offices, new builds, basically generating more businesses throughout our city. And we, at this point, really need to ensure that economic development is, at its full force. So for all of those reasons, the RGA would support the City of Ottawa's proposal for rezoning.
Thank you very much, Lise. Does
My
anyone
pleasure.
have any questions for Lise? No, I see none. Thank you again for coming. And I forgot to, hang on a second, Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, my technology today isn't up to snuff. I don't know what's happening, but thank you very much, Lise. Merci beaucoup, Lise, pour votre participation avec le rendez-vous aujourd'hui. I just had one quick question in terms of you mentioned about the shift to e-commerce, and we've seen that throughout the pandemic and that it's here to stay. And I was just wondering if you've noticed that a lot of businesses have shifted in this direction, if you've noticed that that's a trend across the entire city, not just this one particular location in our city, and that if we can expect to see more of that change in our community.
Definitely. We don't have the exact numbers right now. We have some numbers, but it's going to be throughout, Canada. So people will continue to shop online. We've gotten used to. Many people appreciate receiving the merchandise throughout our doors. So it is here to stay at this level, perhaps not. But, we've seen a shift as well with transportation because some of our stores did not receive the good in time. So, those trucks are not fun to have, but they bring the goods that people need, want, and buy to the actual store so they can be delivered. So it goes hand in hand at this point, unfortunately.
And just one more quick question though. We are the City of Ottawa and we're talking about this one particular location, but do you feel that when we're as a city, are we also competing with other jurisdictions, Toronto, Montreal, for these types of businesses? And what happens if we don't achieve the objective of securing businesses, whether it's this kind of business or an Amazon on Boundary Road, or whether it's a small business out a health hub of some sort? Like what happens if we don't achieve that?
Then there's a loss of jobs. So the more, online purchases are made through our local areas, local shops, even the Amazon, they come through our stores in our area and therefore hiring our people. So it's all about jobs, and it's hopefully creating jobs in that sector, again, reducing more traffic, and keeping people in that sector, working in that region as well. So that's developing and supporting those people going to restaurants in that vicinity and shopping in their area as well.
Merci, Lise.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, do you have a question for Lise?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Sarazan, can you say that there's a huge demand for online shopping? Does it make sense for a location for a warehouse and truck terminal to be closer to the highway than it would be in this proposed location?
I think this location is already a location where you have warehouses. If you keep all the same locations in those area, I think you're supporting the trucks going in the same area, not going throughout the city. So but
ideally it would be better next to a highway, right?
Not necessarily. I don't think so, because you're going the back roads. The highway, we are generating a lot of traffic right now on the highway. Well, when the pandemic is going to be ending, hopefully soon. So I don't think it's mostly needed, really.
Okay. The type of warehouse that you're looking at, we're talking about numbers. Nobody's been able to pin down the exact number of trucks that will be going into this location. You're knowledgeable on it. What are we looking at?
And let me just go back to my numbers here. I'm understanding there's already a good number of those trucks going there, and there would be an additional, was it 20%, I believe?
So that's going to be, do you believe that would be okay for that particular neighborhood with 2-lane roads surrounding the location?
I don't think I'm a specialist with road transportation. I think you need to make choices as to where you're adding or changing those bylaws. But I think that area could support more businesses in that sphere. And we can also use the roads going from the airport and would be south of the South Mall. Don't we? I believe there is a road there.
You're not sure. Okay. Does it not make sense? We have warehouses. We are closer to the highway in the east end. We are closer to the highway 416 out towards the Costco. Has your company explored other locations in the city that might be more amenable?
This is Councillor. Councillor, this is not her company.
Okay. So let me ask, Ms. Harrison, are you aware?
Perhaps I should have given. Lise, would you explain for everyone? I mean, I just took it for granted that you, because, you know, I know who you are and many of us do, but could you please say, you know, who you're representing here?
Yes.
What you do?
For sure. So I'm with the RGA, which is le regroupement des gens d'affaires francophones in the National Capital Region. So we represent businesses, francophone leaders and businesses in our area. And, you know, our job is to support economic development, really. Yeah. So about transportation and traffic, I'm not sure I have all the right information.
Okay. Ms. Harrison, we all want economic development. We all want more businesses. But are you aware that we've got a petition with over 4,000 signatures of people who are very unhappy with what this traffic is going to mean to an area that's largely residential at this point? Yes, there is a South Maryville Business Park. We want business in there, but we do not have the infrastructure. The infrastructure has not grown in this area.
Councillor Meehan, I think that you heard Lise explain who she is, and I think that what you're speaking about now is something you get into when we get through the delegations, and you can ask every time that there's a delegation the same kind of questions.
The delegation will be speaking again. I feel
that you have her almost in an unfair position.
Okay, but I just want to know if she knows that there's a very strong lobby against this application in this.
I don't know the number of people that are against that, but I think you're going to get it in any other locations anywhere, because, you know, people don't want commercial areas unless it's, I'm going to say, like Canatech Park. So I think you're going to get the same kind of response from different locations, but that's my opinion.
I would respectfully disagree, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lise, for coming out. I very much appreciate that.
Toujours un plaisir.
I don't see anyone else. Thank you again. Our next speaker is Jason McDonald. Jason is the chair of the Barhaven BIA. And I see you, Jason. Thank you very much for coming out today.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, councillors and committee, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'll go through our presentation quickly here. Perfect. Thank you, Melody. So I'm Jason McDonald. I'm a local business owner here in Barhaven, and I also have the honor of being the chair of the Barhaven Business Improvement Area. And I'm also a resident, approximately 800 feet, I would say, probably 800 to 1,000 feet from Fallowfield Road, living in Regency Park in Old Barhaven. Barhaven BIA, we're in full support of this application, to say the least. Jobs of all kinds are needed here as our diverse community continues to grow with a vast array of housing types and demographics. Sorry, Melody, if you could go to the second one. Ottawa's suburban communities play a vital role within the larger context of our city, and offer the ability to be sustainable communities that are complete with work, live, and play opportunities. The careful consideration of the continued development of our suburban areas is very important, and something that the BBIA has supported over the past 16 years. Barhaven has been built as per the city's planning prescription, building of the first economy houses, the second economy businesses, and we are all now well into the third economy, recreation facilities and hotel. While growth has been consistent with approved plans, our business parks have sat empty until relatively recently. The SMBP is an industrial park and has been zoned as such since 1990. Adding warehouse and truck transport terminal as additional uses in the IL9 zone will bring significant new employment opportunities to an area planned for this activity. The requested zoning change is not different than what is being built at the roundabout at Bill Latham and Longfields. Other than that, on that site, the trucking component is an accessory to the main use. The amendment requested would allow the use as a permitted main use. The SMBP is well situated with close proximity to highways 416, 417, and the 401. The site is located 4.6 kilometers or a 6-minute drive via arterial roads from the Ottawa International Airport and the urban employment area adjacent to it. The proposed warehouse and truck transport terminal uses will capitalize on this proximity and may enable synergies for logistical uses. The site is served by municipal services, has no on-site environmental constraints, and is ready for development. The location of the parcel of land is accessible by Leakin and Bill Latham. These are roads in the business park, not residential streets. These lands are for the purposes of business, not recreation. All trucks coming and going to SMBP legally have to stay on the designated truck routes. They cannot go into residential areas. Longfields, Fallowfield, Woodruff, Maryvale, and Prince of Wales are truck routes under the city bylaw and provide access to the business park from the 400 series highways. The traffic study for this application shows that the zoning change will not change the traffic generated from the current zoning. All office type uses, the former JDS plan, would have had a much more significant transportation impact than the blend of office and industrial being proposed. During peak delivery season, there could be a maximum of 400 trucks operating. It is not economically viable for delivery trucks to travel and move goods during peak traffic hours, so will not greatly impact commuter traffic. This is good for the local economy. Consumer behavior in today's economy has driven up the demand for warehousing and the final mile shipping. People expect quick and efficient delivery of goods, so they not need to be located nearby. The popularity and rise in online shopping have increased land demand for logistics uses and led to new technologies such as robotics in warehousing or the use of connected and autonomous vehicles. Expanding the permitted uses in the IL9 zone to include warehousing and logistics uses will position the lands to be developed in future with land uses that require good movement. Welcoming large businesses to our city will improve Ottawa's global reputation as a key location to do business, further enhancing our ability to attract future employment development. Barhaven and Ottawa are open for business. We as a BIA have been working diligently for over 12 years to populate these industrial parks. I'd like to remind everybody that the zoning was changed because of the opportunity that presented itself with the JDS Uniphase World Headquarters. Unfortunately, with the tech collapse, that didn't come to full fruition. Had it come to full fruition, the number of cars there would have been substantial. I believe employee levels would have been to about 10,000 people. So you can imagine the level of commuter traffic. This is very good for Barhaven, falls very clearly in line with what the purpose is. And I'm sort of baffled to what Carol Ann's saying, and with all due respect, because from my circle, all I'm hearing is support for this. What I'm seeing is very minor opposition. The community is not heavily engaged in stifling or stopping this. There have been some little Facebook groups and whatnot, and there has been an online petition that I partially question who those people are that are signing that petition. And I think that this is very, very important for our city. We've been susceptible to being one-trick ponies on 2 separate occasions here, and I was a part of both of those. The first, the Forces and Civilian Reduction Plan that occurred in the early 90s under Mulrooney when the government was trimmed, devastated our city, which created another opportunity for us to reimagine ourselves as a high-tech city. So we then went into high-tech, which then also collapsed in 2000. The more that we can diversify the businesses and opportunities in this city, the more insulated we will be from economic downturns and whatnot. I think you're all very well aware of that. And from a personal level, literally living not 1,000 feet from.
Jason, yeah, my committee coordinator is telling me that your
I
time.
didn't hear a beep. Am I out of time?
You are.
I
But we do
appreciate
have,
the.
hang on, Jason, don't go anywhere.
Yes.
We have a few people asking questions. First one up
Thank you
is,
for the opportunity.
Jason, can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Yep.
Okay, so we have a few people asking questions. Councillor El Shantiri?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I should have said thank you to Liz too for coming to speak about, as Liz and myself, we sit together on the Mayor Economic Development. Jason, my question to you as the chair of the BIA, how many businesses in your catchment area?
We have a little over 530 businesses currently that we support in our catchment area.
How many, in your opinion, I know, will be benefiting from this business being in that area? Because I would say that immediate benefit would probably be to the tune of almost 30% of our businesses. Ancillary benefit would probably be an additional 30 to 40%. Obviously, our service delivery businesses would not necessarily benefit from this level of warehousing and whatnot. And obviously, the benefit to the community is substantial in terms of the diversity of jobs. The other thing too, Eli, is if council, you know, I hate to say this, but the old reputation of Ottawa's a place where ideas come to die. If council or committee is to stifle opportunities like this has a ripple effect to other businesses that are watching and seeking opportunities here in Ottawa. And if they see that you know, business parks that had an intention and were planned for these specific uses struggle and have to fight in order to use those uses, they're going to look to bring their businesses elsewhere. And we've heard that before, and we were very fortunate that we feel that we've crossed a hump here with the acquisition of the Amazon warehouse. And I'd like to remind you that that area was allocated for over 9 million square feet. So, you know, to put that into perspective, the Amazon building is 2.98 million square feet. So I think the ancillary benefits to the businesses are substantial, and the community really, these are the people that are demanding that final mile delivery. And if we're able to offer that solution, it really positions the city very, very well and very progressively. And I understand the challenges with the traffic, but I feel that can be mitigated. And I believe that the city was planned around this zoning and these opportunities, hence the roadways that are in existence now. I hope that answered your question, Eli. It did, and thank you very much for your leadership and helping the small businesses and the BIA to continue striving in Barhaven. I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you, Eli. It's our honor.
Thanks, Eli. Thanks, Jason. I have a couple more people to ask questions. Vice Chair Gower. Vice Chair Gower.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Jason, for the presentation. You've kind of addressed this in your response to Councillor El Shantiri, but it's interesting because we've often framed this warehouse development as, well, it's because so many people are ordering online through Amazon and through big box retailers. And it's interesting, your comments are interesting because you represent, as a BIA, a lot of independent local retailers. So I think I often have a black and white thinking that, well, a warehouse in Amazon would be bad for local retailers. But what you're presenting to us today, I guess, is that the diversity of different economic uses in a bigger picture benefits all businesses. Is that what you're getting at essentially? It's not
absolutely,
it's not a black
Councillor.
and white,
Yeah,
one or the
absolutely.
other type of question.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Gower, without question. And people need to understand that, you know, Amazon's not the producer of all these goods. Amazon is basically a reseller of these goods. And Amazon's not the only business that works and does these types of things. And so I think, you know, we have to not have tunnel vision that, you know, this is all just Amazon and Walmart. It's not. It gives many of the other businesses an opportunity for, you know, cost-effective and economic delivery of their products. You know, hence the growth of Shopify, right? I mean, you know, those opportunities are for the small and medium-sized businesses, and now we're creating that final mile delivery for those businesses to be able to get those products to the consumer, as opposed to just having the storefront or having to resell or sell through Amazon or like an Alibaba.
Okay, thanks for your perspective, Jason. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Judas?
Jason, thank you for your comments. I have a question for you, because in your presentation, you did mention about the significant a number of people who have signed the petition, and that you had some questions about it and the origins of some of the people. Can you just explain that? I didn't quite understand what you meant by that.
Well, from what I understand, this is a petition that's sort of gone through change.org. Am I correct in assuming that?
I don't think that Councillor Judas, or I know I don't know that, but Councillor Judas would know that either.
From what I've seen, it looks like the petition.
So Jason,
yes.
don't guess. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Don't try to make it up as you go along.
Yeah, no, I guess maybe I'll just clarify my question is that
sure.
It's once again, you live in the community, you're representing businesses in the community, you're there. I completely understand, and I look forward to hearing the other delegations as well, that this will have an impact. There's no denying that more traffic on our streets, whether it's truck traffic or more buses or more, anything that is a change will change an area, particularly an established residential area. So I'm just trying to understand from your perspective as somebody who lives in the community, who works in the community, who represents the community, what I understood from the outcome of your presentation is that the benefits of this will outweigh your concerns as a resident, as a business representative, that there are economic spin-offs, but also quality of life spin-offs. But that's what I heard from your presentation. I'm just
absolutely, Councillor Judas, absolutely 100%. As a business owner, I own physical commercial real estate on Greenbank beside the fire station. I'm ecstatic to see this growth. As a resident, I'm ecstatic to see the growth. Yesterday, I was over picking up lunch at the brand new Farm Boy here. I bumped into Kelly Ross. I bumped into so many people, and we actually had a conversation about this. There were tons of people in the bakery section, and nobody had any opposition. And at one point in time, there was probably a group of about 12 of us there, and a good cross section of the community. Living off of Fallowfield, I will be directly impacted by any of that truck traffic, whether it be during working hours or non-working hours. I feel that the benefit to my community, the economic stability of my city, and the opportunities that this will create for my children in the future far outweigh my own personal inconvenience of possibly additional traffic or noise. And the other thing I'd like to say is we don't know what traffic patterns and what things are going to look like as we come out of this pandemic. Already there's a diversification and sort of a more leveling out of traffic as it is, as people have so many different opportunities now for work. And as you know, high-tech firms and other firms are creating work from home programs. So I think, you know, where we're going to be taking with one hand, I think we'll be giving with the other in terms of some of these traffic impacts. And I digress. I'm sorry, this is not located in a residential area. This has been a designated business park for a substantially long period of time. Are there residential properties along one of the roads in front of the RCMP building? Yes, there are. Does the business park back onto residential properties? Yes, it does, but there's a massive buffer, including stormwater pools and whatnot. So this isn't a designated area that was built for this and has been planned as such since the mid 80s until it was changed in favor of the opportunity that JDS Uniphase proposed. So, and this is where some of my confusion is. All we're doing is reestablishing the original framework that has been there for the past multitude of years. And for us as a BIA, we have spent thousands and thousands of dollars to try and populate both the Citygate lands as well as the SMB park through case studies, through lookbooks, through all sorts of opportunities, as Councillor Meehan and Harder and Moffat are very aware as they contributed to some of this. It's been an uphill battle up until all of a sudden there was a flip 2 years ago and businesses started to look at these industrial parks and, fortunately for Ottawa, populate them and create opportunities. So I'm really struggling with what the issue is here, as it fully conforms to not only the original designation, it's a minor tweak on the special designate or on the special modification that was done for JDS Uniphase.
Thank you for your very elaborate response. I appreciate
Thank you,
it. And the
Councillor Dudas.
clarification. No, but that's helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Councillor Dudas. And Jason, we have one more question. One more councillor asking questions, and it is Councillor Egley. Go ahead, Keith.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Just a couple of quick questions, Jason, and a quick statement. So I can tell you that there are quite a number of people concerned about this, and not just in Barhaven, but I'm here today, and you'll hear from some of my residents that live in Pine Glen and Country Place that are quite concerned about traffic patterns to and from the facility. But I just wanted to touch on a couple of things that you raised. You said somebody asked you about increase in businesses, and I forget what numbers you gave, but you said you saw an increase in a percentage increase in local businesses as a result of this facility going into place. And I just want to know where you get that from, because at this point, I don't think anybody in this room really knows what's going there. This is a pre-zoning, so we don't know if it's a Food Depot, if it's an Amazon, if it's a Canadian Tire, what it is. So if you have an inside track and know what's going in there that generated these numbers you've given us, if you could share that, I think that would be appreciated.
Councillor Egley, obviously that was a speculative number. I was asked to speculate on what impact I felt that this potentially could have on local businesses. And so I did as such. I also don't know what it is, but I have some rough ideas, and obviously I have some extreme hopes as to what it is. If it is any of the items that you just illustrated, each of those would be a benefit to the local economy and to the local businesses. The people that are working there, it would only make sense for them to shop locally, to come and eat locally for lunch, to utilize our resources, et cetera, or our opportunities and resources. So again, multiple ancillary benefits from this, not just from the business of the warehouse itself, but what it does to the community. And Councillor Egley, I agree that, Country Place and Pine Glen is probably concerned about this. Yet they're in an area that's long been established as industrial, that their community is apart from a gas field. It's across from another industrial park. It has train tracks that run through it. And with all due respect, I think that this opportunity is much better than the Crack Hotel and the Tim Hortons that's been across from that community for the past little while. So although I know there might be an impact, that impact is quite mitigated. And again, any of these businesses, they want to be good citizens. They want to be good contributors to the community. They're not looking to cause trouble. They're looking to seek opportunities and create opportunities. So, we can't be all things to all people, but there's 100,000 people here in Barhaven. And I would hazard to guess that 80%, if they fully understood what was going on, would be very much in support of it. That's certainly my findings in all my conversations. And as you can imagine, I have quite a few of them.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I think that's part of the problem, is that I don't think anybody fully understands what's happening here, because it's a pre-zoning and we don't know who the proponent is, and we don't know what the business is going to be. So I think that's, in fact, a big part of the problem. You had also said in your comments, so Jason, that you believe that the traffic impacts could be mitigated. So I'll give you an example. One of the key concerns that is being raised by the Country Place community is that these trucks now will increase truck traffic now, potentially will go right by St. Monica's School. And they're concerned for the kids going to and from school on foot or on bike, and how they're going to get there and do so safely.
Councillor Egley,
so if I can get to my question, Jason, I get to my question. So if you have solutions for the mitigation of traffic issues such as that, could you share them with us?
Well, Councillor Egley, I digress. Like the school has been in an industrial area and a high truck traffic area for a long time. So what really changes there? The other thing is, I would suggest that I'd be very surprised if there would be significant transportation going down Merivale Road, as most of us in the community of Barhaven avoid it like the plague, due to the fact that it's, a street of parking lots and big box stores, and it's quite difficult to navigate. That I think is a separate issue from what this place is, what this opportunity is. There are significant feeder roads that are, double lanes and purpose built for this. With the new interchange going to be going in at Woodruff and Fallowfield, and the rejigging of all of that and how beautiful it looks with the grade level separation and whatnot. I think that, of course, would entice the trucks to take that route as opposed to, the stop and go traffic that would be Maryville. So again, logic has to prevail in terms of how they're organizing their distribution, and it wouldn't make a ton of sense for them to be going down Maryville versus Prince of Wales, Fallowfield, Longfields, etc. Woodruff, again, being 2 lanes all the way to Hunt Club, not impacting residential areas or retail and shopping areas like it would on Maryville. But I do understand that their concern of the fear of the unknown.
So Jason,
when you
and Keith,
yeah,
just on the issue of, Jason, are you a transportation engineer or anything close to that?
My gosh, no.
Okay. So
my wife says I'm a jack of all trades and a master of none.
Jan, I fully appreciate that. I only asked the question because he said he thought there were ways to mitigate. So it's just following up on his suggestion.
Keith, I'm not stopping you. I'm just want to put that out there because we do have a lot of people from the community here to speak as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And
so,
I'm sure
I accept his answer, Jan.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But I mean, they're going to have their opinions as well. And I think that we do have some traffic people, I think, coming up at the end for questions, and certainly our staff. And Vivi Chi is here. And I think maybe Phil Landry. I'm not sure whether Phil is as well, but I just provide that information to you as far as having that city expertise.
Yeah, and Councillor Egley, I am certainly not a transportation planner or anything to that degree, but obviously I see what the city is planning in terms of their infrastructure for building out the roads and being able to support the community of Barhaven, both with the LRT, the BRT, and the roads and the grade level separation. The BIA is heavily involved in the contributing to those causes. Can we provide you with solutions? No, but at the same time, my mitigation comment was also in regards to the changing workforce and how the dynamics of that go. It wasn't just traffic related, although I do understand the direction you were going. I hope that helps a bit, Councillor.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And Madam Chair, if I can mention at this juncture, I have had some discussions with Phil Landry, for example, and a commitment that he did make was in the fall, when hopefully traffic is back to somewhat normal rates, that they will do a traffic count study at Maryville and Amberwood to see if that could be turned into a fully signalized intersection. So we have had some discussions with Mr. Landry, and he has made that commitment to the community. So
that's great. That's great. Thank you very much, Councillor Egley. We have one more question, Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jason, for your comments. But as a councillor for this area, and this is in Ward 22, which butts up against Councillor Harder's Barhaven ward, I think you have to recognize that my job is to represent all the interests of the community. I would say, and in the absence of a presentation to committee today, because we did have the public session with almost 200 people at it, all expressing concern about this application, that the main issue here for me is not the fact that we need the economic growth. That is a given, and we all want the community to grow. But we also have to balance that growth with quality of life and infrastructure. This area, for those councillors who were not familiar with this file, has had no road infrastructure improvements in many, many years. Yes, the industrial park has sat there for 30 years. And yes, there is an application to build on it. On the surface, that looks great. But Jason, at some point, quality of life and gridlock have to be weighed in relation to what the economic spin-offs and what the good things are. And I think Councillor Sudds would recognize that at some point, companies are turned off when their trucks and people can't get to where they want to go, or the people can't live around there. And that's the point I'm afraid that we're going to get to. Future companies that want to look at Ottawa are going to say, doesn't make a lot of cost benefits to look at Ottawa because the trucks can't go anywhere. This is my concern for this area. We're going to put a lot of more trucks on roads that can't handle it. After the pandemic is over, would you say that there's a good chance, our roads are fairly busy right now, even with the pandemic and the lockdown. This is not going to do our roads any good at this point. So are you at all concerned that the disadvantages of having all these trucks running through communities, and I say communities because Prince of Wales is still a community with houses on it. Maryville Road is, Fallowfield Road is, Woodruff is, Longfields, these all have homes. Are you at all concerned about what the eventual impact is that we just allow growth to happen without balancing every need in the community?
Thank you, Councillor Meehan. Absolutely, I am, and without question. And you and I have common concerns in regards to that infrastructure, and I've spoken on that on occasion. 100% I am, but it's far outweighed by all the other benefits. I'll tell you that the residents that are living along Prince of Wales, as you know, and just for full disclosure, I own a real estate company and I sell real estate in Barhaven, and I've been very fortunate to have been one of the top agents here in Barhaven and sold a little over 1,500 homes and properties and businesses here in Barhaven over the past 10 years. On Prince of Wales, those property owners are looking to leverage their opportunities, especially given the different zonings that they have. Every single evening, I go for a bike ride with my children. I take my children for a bike ride, 5 and 7, and we go a loop and we come down Fallowfield. Am I concerned for more traffic? Absolutely. In terms of quality of life, I'm sorry, we've got a phenomenal level of quality of life here in Barhaven, to say the least. We are the second highest per capita income next to Rockcliffe Park. I also grew up in Canada and had the fortune of my father building a lot of the high tech. I remember all the traffic woes. I worked for Terry Matthews in multiple startups for many years as an engineer. But the benefits, again, far outweighed the impact. When it comes to Barhaven, we're not in a position like Canada. We are literally a hop, step, and a jump to the airport. We're a kilometer and a half, 2 kilometers to the 416 with access to the 401. I mean, this is why Amazon came here. They have accessibility to a much higher demographic from here in Barhaven than they would in Toronto. I've never understood why Barhaven's been so slow to grow when we sit at the crux of 2 400 series highways with a bridge over to the airport. There is no better place for these kinds of opportunities. And there's a price to be paid in all situations when change occurs.
You're asking a lot of residents and a lot of other companies to pay the price. But Jason, thank you for your presentation today. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Meehan. Thank you, Jason, for coming out today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
We're going to our next presenter, who is Barbara Motsney. I hope I didn't destroy your last name, Barbara. You're a member of, are you representing the Rita Glenn or are you representing yourself?
The Rita Glenn Ratepayers Association.
Yourself? No? Okay, perfect. The floor is yours. I mean, it's taken a while to get there, but we're here now. So you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman and councillors. I am Barbara Motsney. I'm here with Barry King and Karen Meads. We're here on behalf of the Rita Glenn Ratepayers Association. And I'm happy, I don't know if Jason's still there, but I'm happy to give him a wave as an actual live person who's part of the minor opposition or little Facebook group that put together the petition signed by almost 4,000 people in the area. And I just, before I start, want to sort of take a step back and say, to try and react, for a community to react to an issue of concern in COVID times is particularly challenging when we're all staying at home, we're all maintaining safe distance. So the idea of having put together, raised awareness and put together a petition signed by that many people, I have to say, I think is quite an achievement for a community at this time, and should be recognized as a significant, or at least opposition that needs to be considered in this decision making. So we appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee directly about this proposal, which will have a significant and detrimental impact to the quality of life in our community. We'd like to be clear from the outset that we're not opposed to development. Certainly agree with Jason in his characterization of this as a great development opportunity, a great piece of land. And it is one that we should therefore try and maximize the opportunity that it presents to create economic opportunities for Ottawa, jobs for the communities, and also at the same time advancing our priorities for the environment and healthy, livable, and safe communities. The application for amendment before you requests the addition of the words warehouse and truck transport terminal as additional uses. These words, few words, will permit a fundamentally different future for this site and for our neighborhoods. Under the official plan, this is an urban employment area where the goal is to establish clusters of business and economic activity. It should enhance the sense of community by creating and maintaining places with their own distinct identity. Our neighborhoods in the report before you are referred to as low-rise residential unit uses outside the business park. Much of the conclusion of the consistency of the plan in the report is based on using the site alone to make a judgment. But if you take a step back, as decision makers do, and consider the real scope of change and its impact, it's not just noise at the site, but coming to and from the site. It's not just traffic at the site, but its route and timing and frequency all around the site. The impacts of this zoning bylaw amendment will be felt far beyond the site itself, and that must be considered. And with this broader lens, a truck transport terminal for this site is not consistent with the official plan. The South Nepean 3 secondary plan designates the site as a prestige business park. It encourages the location to service employment use and home-based business within the residential neighborhoods. There's a list of acceptable uses, a long list of acceptable uses in the report before you. A truck transport terminal is still not consistent with those uses or the secondary plan. Comments have been made that things have changed. Economic development opportunities have shifted since this designation. Maybe they have, but so too have the communities around the park. A truck transport terminal is not the right development in these communities. Personally, I'm new to all of this. It's a very complex process, and I'm learning lots this morning. But what I've been told is this is not actually the time to discuss how many trucks. Is it hundreds or thousands? Or what they might be carrying, the noise, the congestion at rush hour, what routes they'll use through the communities, or whether they go through the communities, or if they operate 24 hours a day, or any of those critically important details. That's, I'm told, the discussion of a site plan. Although I have to say, the TIA submitted by the applicant suggests impacts that have scared our communities. You can see that in the report of the open house, the petition signed, and you would see that in the many thoughtful comments submitted directly to the city. I'm told that this is the moment where the policy decision is made. Is this the right kind of use for this site? Should this change be made? The Rita Glenn Ratepayers Association, the 160 plus people at the open house, the 3,600 folks who signed the application are asking, and the Knoxdale Maryvale Council of Community Association, the KMC, who emailed us this morning, are asking you to deny this application and pursue development consistent with the policies in place. We understand that the Maryvale South, sorry?
Your time is past due,
Oh.
but I do have a counselor that has questions for you.
Sure.
So hang on.
I guess if I could just say one thing, and that would be that what we would suggest is that more thought and consideration is needed to draft an amendment for IL9 for the Maryvale South Business Park that will encourage economic development in a way that respects the residential communities around it.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Barbara. How are you? I hope you're well.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you're here because I'm trying to understand what the potential impacts are. The potential impacts of a significant amount of truck traffic, particularly semis, is very much of interest to me in determining whether or not to support this rezoning. I am not super familiar with the geography of this neighborhood. Which is the Rita Glenn community? And sorry to start very basically, but I just want to orient myself.
No worries, no worries. We're just off of the intersection of Prince of Wales and Maryvale. So the communities around, or the houses and the communities around that very sharp T junction.
Yep. Okay. What is the traffic pattern of particularly semi trucks? What is that pattern that you anticipate? Where are the trucks coming from, and how are they going to the site in a way that would impact you?
Well, from what I understand, the traffic impact assessment is, I'm not a traffic expert, but what we understand in reading it is they'll be coming along. They can come along from the airport and down. They can come along down Prince of Wales. They can also go across Fallowfield. But it's also been mentioned in the traffic report that they will be coming across the Vimy Bridge, which would absolutely necessitate, their most direct route would be coming up Prince of Wales. So definitely of concern to our particular neighborhood, into that very tight, awkward intersection that is a two-lane, as others have mentioned. This is a two-lane road up Prince of Wales. So that it would create significant additional bottleneck, significant risky traffic, noise. You also have changing speed limits. So you're going to have trucks gearing up, gearing down, noise, pollution, and certainly risk. The intersections, a number of those intersections in the assessment also indicate that they don't meet, for lots of reasons, I guess historical reasons, they don't meet standards that are currently in place. So you're just going to be, this development risks exacerbating that risk to public safety and concern.
Okay, so the key concern then would be traffic that is coming, because I'm anticipating that some of the traffic is going to come from the airport, and some of the traffic is going to come from the 417, from the east end, and then some of the traffic is going to come up the 416. So you're anticipating that at least some of that traffic is going to come, probably the traffic that affects you most from the airport, and then coming up Prince of Wales in order to get to Maryvale, and then from Maryvale being able to make its way to this site.
Sure. Karen, do you want to jump in and make a comment?
No. Karen's not jumping in.
Sorry. Okay.
Sorry,
I don't know how this
Karen has a turn. Karen gets a turn right after Barry.
Okay.
Sorry, Barbara. I know that this is new for you. I'm just trying to keep some order here.
Absolutely,
the rules fair.
And that is, Chair and Ms. Monsney, that is exactly what I needed to understand. That's extremely helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Dudas has a question for you too, Barbara. Councillor Dudas?
Yes, Barbara, thank you very much. I wanted to first say that yes, I understand during pandemic times, it is incredibly difficult to organize a response to anything these days. And I commend you on being able to, you and all the community, to be able to gather so quickly to answer this. So I recognize that's not easy. So great job on that. I did have a question in respect to, the RCMP location there, and there's been a number of shifts in the last number of years to add more traffic to the area. So I'm just wondering, this is a historical designation for this particular site. What we're understanding is it was originally zoned to accommodate this type of transport and truck traffic, and that had been shifted over time. So I'm trying to understand then a little bit. You've seen some shifts with the RCMP there. There's obviously more traffic, not trucks necessarily, but more cars. There's definitely some industrial not too far. I'm trying to understand, you said quality of life. How are you relaying that this would be much more impactful to your quality of life? You mentioned public safety, but is there something else that you're saying? Because I'm looking at the map right now and I'm seeing there is a bit of a buffer between the residential. There's not residential directly on these roads around the site, to be specific.
Well, but yes, I mean, the physical location of where the terminal might be. And there are all kinds of things like, will there be, gas? Will there be repair work done on that site? Will there be fueling up done on that site? Of course, also brings in additional environmental concerns. And anything that happens impacts our community. If the noise, the pollution doesn't stop because it's 800 feet from the site, because that's where you measure it. The impacts are overall to our environment. The traffic assessment that was done, and I'm not an expert, but they used 1.5% background growth. I think Barhaven's growing at a lot more than that. And the patterns that they were using are based on, I think, 2018, 2017 data. Again, I think there's been lots of growth. So is this the right kind of, so you're assessing using numbers that are perhaps in this application a bit out of date, but from a policy point of view, you've got a high quality piece of land, serviced, all that kind of thing, to use for trucks in the middle of, I would say, in the middle of where I walk my dog every day, where kids in our neighborhood ride their bikes in and around, where RCMP headquarters is, and in that general area. It's not, I think, in our opinion, the most effective use, and taking the best we can for that opportunity for the citizens of Ottawa.
Well, and I appreciate your opinion and your thoughts on this. And I do know, even in the midst of your presentation, you mentioned that some of these things can be dealt in site plan, and a lot of this conversation comes up in the next stage of this. So I really do appreciate your presentation today, the work that you guys have put into collecting all the signatures and getting that there, and also your thoughts on that. I appreciate your time.
And one more question, Barbara, from Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Barbara, for your presentation today. You were just talking about, is this the best use, and that, the community is not against development in this location. So I'm just wondering, what kind of business would the community be supportive of that wouldn't, have the same impacts or the same, I understand, truck traffic specifically, but I imagine a lot of businesses would increase traffic generally. So, what is the community envisioning for this site in an ideal scenario?
Well, I think we'd be supportive of any of the kind of uses that are currently in the list of IL9. So that is, mixed use retail. There's a church going in, I'm told, in that kind of site. There's another large business, light manufacturing. All the list, the uses that are in. I don't have the list in front of me, but the uses that are there. And I think if there was to be an amendment made to accommodate something like this, our view is that just adding those 3 words does not give sufficient framing at a policy level to guide the selection and the development of the site. So I think our recommendation would be, if you are going to make an amendment, this isn't the right one. And perhaps, further consideration could be given to drafting something that provides some direction and parameters as to the extent of acceptable use.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Thank you, Barbara, for coming out today.
Thank you very much for the time.
You're welcome. Barry King, I see you there. Barry, you have 5 minutes. I know it seems like it lasts a lot longer than that, but that's when we get into questions and stuff.
Well, I'm not going to talk for 5 minutes, but I'll just make a few points that I think are important. And one is that truck traffic, one of the responses in the petition was that this fellow was a truck driver, a former truck driver, and it's a nightmare to drive through residential areas. That's their worst nightmare. And I'm thinking in the wintertime, when you get transport trucks blocking up the roads that are already congested, there's going to be lives lost when paramedics and firefighters can't get to the scenes. Has any consideration been given to that? It's very, very important. And people I've spoken to, and I've gone door to door to spoke to many, they said they're going to move if this happens. They don't want to live in this kind of a community where there's truck traffic in front of their doorsteps. And so that's the main point, I think, that I was trying to get ahead. The main feedback I'm getting from residents is that a truck transport terminal like this should be located beside the 416 or 417. At that meeting with Caroline Meehan, they talked, we're looking for a prestige business park and what it entails. And everybody is supportive of that. We were supportive of JDS Uniphase when it went in. RCMP is fine. And to have RCMP right beside a truck transport with carrying who knows what, there's a security risk there too that I think people would be concerned about. I think that the deadline should be extended for the feedback from the public. The people I've spoken to feel that it's being railroaded through and without consideration. To talk about just the impact, and in that meeting with Caroline Meehan, they talked about the impact on site, on the location only. They didn't look at the traffic going to it and from it and the effect it would have on residents in that area. That's very, very important. So that's, and also people are concerned about the impact on their wells. Most of the residents in this area are on septic, or a lot of them are on septic and on wells. And if there's chemicals leaching into the soil, that could have a detrimental effect there too. So that's basically my 2 cents worth. And I think Karen Meads is going to speak in more detail. Thank you. I'm not
You're on
hearing.
mute, Chair.
Thank you, Barry. And just can you just let everyone know where you live? Because I don't think you said that.
I live on Holborn Avenue at the intersection of Maryville Road and Prince of Wales Drive. I was president of the Ratepayers Association for many years. And people like Rosemary Merritt, who was living in Winding Way, a major community, she got the Chapman Mills Conservation Walk installed. Those are the kind of things that people and residents use, and it's being used all the time. And we'd like to see something that supports the community, businesses that support the community, and it could have a real positive impact on jobs, but make it a prestige business park and all that goes along with that.
Thank you very much. I don't see any hands up. Our next speaker is Karen Meads, who you heard Barbara calling out to as asking her for her opinion. Karen, there you are. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you. I too live at the intersection of Maryville and Prince of Wales. Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Barry, for your comments. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. As Barb mentioned, we're not opposed to development. What we ask for is responsible growth. We believe commercial industrial development should bring quality jobs, support local businesses, protect the environment, and sustain our quality of life. 3,600 voices spoke in a petition. You've received a copy of the petition. And what it calls for is a healthy, livable, and safe community, one that creates clean economic opportunity for Ottawa and jobs for our folks. The official plan contemplated a Maryville South Business Park that would be consistent with the surrounding low-rise residential buildings, office buildings, and clean industry in our neighborhood. The Act further states it should enhance our sense of community, creating and maintaining places with their own distinct identity. The likely impact to our community is severe. We think it's far-reaching, and we think it will change that distinct identity of our community, and we think it will change it forever. After careful consideration of the proposed rezoning, truck depot, and warehouse plans and its potential impacts, we firmly believe these changes defy all of the principles of responsible growth. Specifically, we want you to consider in your deliberations the harmful impact to the environment where we raise our families. The truck depot promises to wreak havoc on our roadways with additional vehicle and truck activity 24 hours a day. Specifically, Prince of Wales, Maryville, and Fallowfield are 2-lane roads without sidewalks or bike lanes. Truck routes to and from the site will be using these roads. Prince of Wales, Maryville, and Fallowfield are already overloaded with the current traffic volumes without this added stress. And so far, we've heard no mention of infrastructure upgrades to either the roads or to sound barriers. The increase in traffic will severely impact our residential homes and schools. Neighborhoods will be congested with trucks queued up for loading docks while polluting our air with diesel fumes. On-site equipment, including forklifts and robots inside open dock doors, produce continuous sounds, vibrations, light pollution, which travel a considerable distance, especially at night. Lastly, Prince of Wales is designated a scenic route by federal authorities. Cyclists and pedestrians will be at risk while traversing the same inadequate infrastructure. We will experience negative effects on health and wellness to the residents and the wildlife within our community. Incidences of decreased lung capacity and cancer are well documented in research literature studying the effects of warehouses, truck depots situated within residential communities. Our neighborhood is home to some significant and fragile animal life. Chapman Mills Conservation Area biodiversity, bird species, including geese, ducks, doves, cardinals, blue jays, woodpeckers, and hawks. There's over 30 species. We have the following that are on the endangered species list: the barn owl. There is a barn owl that sits on the fence along Fallowfield and Maryville, bordering that farmer's field. We also have a warbler in this area. With the recent construction of the Vimy Bridge, these animals have already been further jeopardized. There's degradation to our quality of life. It's our opinion that city planners seem focused on perceived financial benefits and not taking time to fully understand the repercussions in the long-term preservation of our community. And in direct comment to Lise Sarazan, very few quality jobs will be created. I'm of the opinion developers use jobs as a huge selling point. Hundreds of jobs to revitalize the area. Recent articles suggest e-commerce companies aim to fully automate their warehouses in the very near future. The near future promises sorting, picking, and even janitorial work is done by robots. Most remaining warehouse jobs, are difficult and are generally at the lower pay scales, typically minimum wage. For a particular individual, long-term sustainability employment is questionable. It's more of a detriment than a benefit to local businesses. With warehouses transitioning to full automation, there won't be many humans working to take lunch at nearby restaurants or shop in stores or run errands at local businesses.
Karen?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Thank you.
And
please deny this application and pursue development that's consistent with the policies in place. And thank you so much, Ms. Chair.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Kavanaugh has a question for you. Councillor Kavanaugh?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Meads. It's a pleasure to see you. One of the things that you raised is about infrastructure in the area. It's not great around there, if I recall, because I know the area, for sidewalks or cycling or any of that. Is there any promise of that at all in this development? Because it's quite in need. Have you heard, has there been anything? I apologize, I didn't go to the big meeting that my colleague put forward, but I just want to know if there's been any talk of that.
Can you repeat that question? Talk of what?
Talk about the infrastructure, about what improvements would be made to the area with this development. There's because we have a road that is very, very difficult for cycling, no sidewalks. It's pretty difficult to get around other than driving. It needs a lot of improvement. And was there any discussion of that with this project?
When Allison is speaking, she will speak to that for sure. She can speak. We have a couple of staff people, as I mentioned. Vivi can't come, but Jen Armstrong will be available for those questions.
Okay, but I was asking
questions of staff.
Yes, I was asking Ms. Meads if it was raised, if that was.
Through you, Ms. Chair, if I may respond to the question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The infrastructure that was discussed was Fallowfield, Maryvale, Prince of Wales. They are, for those who don't know, 2-lane roadways, and they are currently quite busy. They don't have a bike lane, and they don't have sidewalks to support those roadways. They are at maximum capacity, over capacity currently with regular, not COVID, regular traffic throughput. There is also inadequate sound barrier infrastructure along those roads with respect to streets such as Queen Anne, that border, that intersection, and those folks along Maryvale. And the only conversation that was had with respect to that infrastructure was that would be the roadways that would be used by this added truck and vehicle volume, but that there was no plans to widen those roads or install sound barriers until either way into the future or not at all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Meads.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, for coming out today. Our next speaker is Michael Diaz. Michael?
Good day, Madam Chair. Good day, councilors. Thank you for allowing me to be able to speak here. You got my slide deck there, Melody? All right, thanks. So this is my first engagement with City Council. I've had to do this while working at home, and then I also have the 3 small children to take care of here. So it's been tough. So next slide there. So again, this not an opposition, understanding that we have to be sustainable, that we have to generate businesses in order for us to continue growth, but just looking to seek that to ensure that the burden of this development isn't primarily borne by us who live in the area. So by that, what I mean, and you can see that in the notes, that noise, air pollution, watershed production, and sustainable development per the intent of the official plan. If you go to the next slide, please. So this is the only picture that I could find. This is from the traffic impact assessment. And this is just to give you a scale of the proposed development. They are showing 2 big buildings and an office building there. If you go to the next slide, I just overlaid a scale cut that I could for Parliament Hill. And so basically from the courthouse all the way over to the east block is essentially the amount of area that they're looking at doing. So it's a significant amount of area that's currently just land that absorbs water that falls down. So you go to the next slide there. That's just to illustrate the scale. So I'm not going to bore you with the plan because you all know what the plan is. You've lived it for a number of years, but sustainability, primary goal. So we need to keep in mind that we need to make sure that things are able to continue growing and that we just don't pivot in one direction. Next slide. So yeah, we can skip that slide too. You have my notes that you can look at later on. Water, yeah, there we go. So this is one concept that City Council just recently had pushed forward, but this puts the burden on the residents of having to look at watershed protection. Now, I understand that there's also the stormwater facilities and such, but this is all gonna, if we continue to develop these large parking lots, they're going to deplete the aquifer eventually. Other nations have seen this, as I've seen from my travels. Next slide. So again, green and environmentally sensitive city. So these should be guides that we are ensuring that the city progresses with. Next slide. Livable communities. So if we end up having a community that has trucks that work nearby, what ends up happening is these high density residential units that we have currently, the areas that I live in, the people that live here won't be able to work there. So my intent when I retired out of my current job was if there's a job nearby that I could walk to, like at the RCMP Center, well, I'll walk there. Or if I need to, or if I was living in a different area, I could go to Fallowfield Station via transit and then go there. So that's going to be not a possibility with a truck transport terminal. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. And we'll skip that slide too. So for employment opportunities, again, it's been talked about for the Prestige High Technology Business Area. I'm going to use a specific example today. Actually, for the past few days, I've been trying to get a blood sample for my son for a medical procedure, and consistently, all of the blood, all the places where I get the lab work done have huge lineups. So why are we not enabling those types of facilities to be built there? Understanding that you can't have a hospital, but you can have other facilities for medical resources and procedures.
1 minute.
Yeah, next slide. Again, I talked to stormwater management and the natural areas. Next slide. Intensification, again, if we build a warehouse, we're not going to live up to the potential of 10,000 people working in that area. And to me, that's a huge consideration. Next slide. Again, residential, predominantly residential areas in the area. Next slide, please. So that proximity to the airport, I say that that is a false premise right there. 4.6 kilometers, essentially as the bird flies. Now I'm a helicopter pilot. I tell you, it'll take me more than 6 minutes to fly a helicopter from the proposed warehouse to the airport. And I'll show you on the next slide. This is just on Google on a Sunday morning, I believe I did this, as to how long it would take to get to the FedEx facility. And that is with the bottlenecks not all plugged up with traffic. Press the next slide. And this is if you do the alternate route going the south side.
Time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry for going for too long.
No, that's it's a good report that you put together, and it's covering many aspects. And what I'm going to suggest, I'm hoping, well, I know that Ms. Hamlin is listening, and I'm hoping that she's going to cover, and I'm sure some of my colleagues will ask some of the questions too that have come from your presentation. So I thank you for coming out today. Next up is Osman Romero, followed by Roddy Bolivar. Osman?
Thank you. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for letting me speak on behalf of the citizens of Ward 22. I'm just going to talk very briefly about why you should not amend this zoning bylaw. This is in reference to 99 Bill Leatham Drive, 2 Leakin Drive, 20 Leakin Drive, and the unopened sections of Bill Leatham Drive and Paragon Avenue as per the legal descriptions of the whole street as per Novatech. I will be referencing Novatech's report to the city that they submitted called Planning Rationale, which I've included in the last page of this presentation. Next slide. So what do we know? South Maryville Business Park is currently zoned as a light industrial zone IL9. And Novatech is asking the city to change that to include warehouse and truck transport terminal. This would enable Novatech to open a transport and distribution warehouse facility here. And this means more vehicular activity, which is in line with e-commerce demands. As online shopping, everyone wants something delivered right away to their house. Jason McDonald from the Barhaven BIA mentioned already that that e-commerce is the new trend, and that's sort of the direction that generally we're going. However, on a public consultation on May 13th, Novatech's representative Jack Sterling said that that the proposed changes were going to be minor. However, having read Novatech's report, I do believe that those changes are not minor. And Jason McDonald's point earlier, he also said that they were minor tweaks to this. However, accepting this decision today or so quickly would create a new precedent for this area, and that could mean that the future of this area, to Barbara's point, would also be changed to show to have other businesses that would come there that would also allow truck transport terminal. Next slide. So business impacts. South Maryville Business Park already houses big offices like Lumentum and RCMP, and their traffic already impacts the neighboring residential zones like Chapman Mills and Rita Glenn. And pre-COVID-19, the main arteries like Maryville and Prince of Wales are already experiencing traffic jams during rush hours. So I also have to question the 10,000 jobs that Novatech is proposing. Are these jobs transitory? Are they truck drivers? And what percentage of the jobs are operational or administrative on site? I also have to question the city. How aligned is this proposal with the official plan, long-term, short-term? And does this policy justification for 10,000 jobs actually align with the provincial policy statement or PPS? And infrastructure payment impacts. It seems really obvious to mention like heavy duty road maintenance, traffic speed control, snow removal, collision reductions for cyclists. However, Novatech's report indicates that they would have zero impact on these infrastructures, and they even labeled them using Schedule E, C, and D, which you see on your screen. They did not include any considerations for emergency services like fire trucks or police, and apparently that is also not a consideration when changing a zoning bylaw, and that should be definitely a huge consideration. Next slide, environmental impacts. Again, South Maryville Business Park is located on the greenbelt with natural habitat for wildlife and trees. And Novatech's report indicates here that zero impact to the environment. And yet neighboring this site is an equestrian center, a bovine farm on Prince of Wales, a berry picking fruit farm with vendors, and a city-run testing facility for water at 129 Lincoln Drive. So I question no environmental impacts. Next slide. Social impacts. Barhaven South is one of the fastest growing neighborhoods in Ottawa, and the houses are newer with a lot of green space and attracts young families. And Jason McDonald, having a real estate company, would know that. This area has 12 schools and is a growing community. So there's a lot of small businesses, mom and pop shops in the Mulligan Center, in the Strandherd Central, at Strandherd and Woodruff. These communities would like to stay vibrant and 100% of the, and avoid hundreds of transportation trucks going through it. That is why 3,900 people have petitioned against this bylaw amendment. And at the public consultation that Councillor Meehan held on May 13th, there were over 150 persons in attendance, which is very uncommon. So final thoughts. So even if there was the incorrect figure of 1,000 trucks, it would still increase the main arteries and would create an
Thank you, Mr. Romero. Your time is a little bit past, but Vice Chair Gower has a question for you. Glenn?
Not a question, Chair, but just thank you, Mr. Romero. You raised a few things, for example, some of the traffic and emergency vehicles that would be covered through the site plan process. So I just wanted to assure you that although they're not necessarily covered in the zoning, they are considered as part of the planning process. And also you raised a few concerns about environmental impact that perhaps when we get to staff questions, we'll get staff to comment on how that's evaluated as part of the zoning. But thank you for your presentation.
I just wanted to add one last thing. And
sir. No, sir, thank you very much. I keep the same rules for everybody, and I've already allowed a little bit extra time on a few of the speakers, including yourself. Thank you for coming out today. Our next speaker is Roddy Bolivar. He's the Executive Director of the Karp Road Corridor BIA, followed by Patricia McLaughlin from the Glens. She's a Glens community resident. So Roddy, are you here?
Yes, thank
you.
you.
There you are. You know the drill. You have 5 minutes.
Roddy Bolivar, Karp Road Corridor Business Association. A quick map, so just to relay to those who might not know where we are. We're a designated employment area just to the west of Ottawa, 300 businesses, 5,000 jobs. Thanks, Melody. Acknowledging and respecting the comments made about this specific application, I'm here to speak very briefly in support of what I see as the general intent of the report, and that is to be responsive to changes in economic development trends and opportunities. About 10 years ago, we started to see a change in the types of businesses looking to locate in the corridor. These businesses were similar to those already established in the area, but for one reason or another did not meet zoning requirements. One such opportunity was Aerial Vehicle Safety Solutions, a drone company. While today we're all familiar with drones, a few years ago they were a new and exciting technology. AVSS looked to establish in the corridor near the Karp Airport to continue their research and development. But research and development was not a permitted use in the corridor. We worked with the city, and in particular Mr. Steve Gauthier, to better understand the types of businesses which might be attracted to the corridor, and the city made changes which have benefited our area. The city's employment areas are more than just a supply of vacant land. They're an economic development resource which must respond to opportunity and even anticipate opportunity to provide a competitive advantage to the city. We encourage the city to be dynamic in their approach to using the designated areas as economic development resource and support how this report demonstrates how changes to zoning can be one tool in that toolbox. Thanks very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Roddy. We have a question from Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Roddy. This is a truck terminal. I absolutely agree that, you know, we need to find the employment areas and exploit the economic opportunities that those create. But does it make sense to you that a truck terminal would go in a location like this that is not on a major highway? I think the concern that we're hearing from residents, and I have some significant sympathy for it, is that as trucks are moving back and forth from, you know, their various different origins and destinations, they're going to be traveling, if not on, you know, local residential roads, at least on arterial roads that are immediately adjacent to residential areas and creating disruption. Does this like seem like the right place to put a truck terminal?
We in our area, we certainly have lots of discussions with those sorts of companies, and it's a dynamic thing that they present to us. One certainly is proximity to the 417 or another highway. Another, again, unique to our area is the curious economic development resource of the airport. And what we've heard, there was a comment about the proximity to the other airport. And so what we've found is proximity is a key question, no doubt. But another key question is the individual businesses' supply, demand, and proximity to their customers and possible, we like to call it B2B relationships. So I certainly agree. One of the things we hear from people coming is that's a component in why they may look at the corridor. But when they get into that a little bit more with them, it's a complex relationship, and each facility, each business will have a number of factors that may influence their location. And certainly in our area, the proximity to a number of other businesses, which don't necessarily need to be near a corridor or a highway, but happen to be located, some of the suppliers, some of the people they sell to, is also an important part of their business model in choosing a location.
Okay, thank you. I wish we knew more about what this business is proposed to be to help us understand, you know, what is likely to generate the traffic and where it's likely to be going. But as always, appreciated, Roddy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper, and thank you, Roddy. What we don't know the name of the company, etc., but we do know that as of right today, the area that Mr. Romero had shown is approved for 275 truck bays as of right today. And certainly a warehouse use is permitted today. The changes will be explained further by Ms. Hamlin when it's her turn. Let me see where we are now. Patricia McLaughlin. Patricia, hello, Patricia.
Hi there.
You have the great good fortune of living in the Glens.
Yes, I do. And thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Pat McLaughlin, and I'm firmly against this amendment. My family and I have lived in Nepean for over 50 years. We have lived for 30 years in the Glens community. Our nearest main road is Maryville. We also travel frequently along Prince of Wales and Woodruff and through the area under discussion, including Fallowfield. So this entire area is our larger community where we shop and visit friends and we bike and drive and live. So I'll just make a few points, take perhaps 30 seconds of your time. Firstly, living close to these main arterial roads, I have noticed a really large increase in truck traffic over the past 18 months in both the north and southerly directions. Just prior to COVID, the traffic density in our area from Hunt Club Road south to right through to Barhaven was atrocious. And at peak periods, it was really like a parking lot. Remember, these are mainly residential areas and open fields right through to Barhaven. Of course, it is quieter now, but as life is normalized post-COVID, we can assume that this traffic will resume to its furious state. We do not need more traffic from a truck depot, warehouses, and their many add-ons without the proper road supports and planning. What is needed is a ring road for the whole of the city. Secondly, I ask, how can a bylaw be approved and amended without knowing the intended use? We don't know what the property owner intends. Is council perhaps thinking it will stimulate development of unused land by giving a helping hand to the property owner? The city should enhance and protect our neighborhoods by making them safer and genuinely appealing. Will this happen here? Well, please drive down Maryville Road to see what appealing is not. Thirdly, why not wait until the official plan has been finalized? What is the rush? And lastly, where is the intelligent and creative planning for this whole area? Please work towards an intelligent analysis of this application, one that takes quality of life into consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pat. Councillor Eglai has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Pat, for coming out. I know you're here as an individual resident, but I would also point out to the committee that the Glens Community Association has submitted a written submission that I would urge you all to have a look at. It's very comprehensive. I guess the question I would have for you, Pat, is this. If the committee today was to approve the application, what would they need to do, or what would you like to see in order to address the concerns that you put out? I know your first answer would be don't do it, but assuming that the committee doesn't agree with you on that and says that they are going to approve it today, what do you think they could do to mitigate some of the concerns that you've put forward about truck traffic and how busy Maryville is and those sorts of things? Do you have any ideas as to what they might be able to incorporate? I'm not a member of this committee and I can't put forth motions, but other members of the committee certainly can. If there's something you think is of interest, could be helpful in addressing concerns, should this be approved?
Well, that's an excellent question, Keith. If it was to be approved, certainly I think there would have to be traffic studies and environmental studies carried out to understand completely what the effects will be on the entire areas, not just the local traffic areas around Barhaven, but the many, many communities that surround this area, from Pine Glen, Country Place, Rito Heights. There's many communities. In fact, where we live, we're just across from, very near Maryville Road. There's several houses on Country Place that directly abut Maryville Road. There's a lot of truck traffic. The trucks will in fact be coming down Maryville. I'm sure up to Hunt Club. That's how I get access to 416, and that's how those trucks will do. So we would need the proper studies and consideration for, you know, what will be the impact on this community and communities, what will be the trade-offs. So, you know, I'm not a technical person. I'm a lawyer by training, so you're asking the wrong person. But speaking as an individual living in this area for many years, we are definitely concerned. So it sounds, you know, I have to say, it sounds to us like this is a done deal. I hope not, but if it is, I hope council in the city will step back and just look at this whole area and look 20, 30, 40 years into the future and see what needs to be done to support it.
Thank you, Pat. And I think this committee, you know, doesn't need to hear you as a lawyer or any other kind of professional. What they need to hear from you, if I can use that as a professional resident of the Glens that has been there for 30 years and knows the community and knows the geography. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pat. Thanks for coming out. Next up, we have Daintree Chotshi. Daintree? Hello. Your mic is on.
And I've unmuted, so there I am, organized.
There you are, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, councillors. It's a pleasure to be here, even in this unusual way. So I'll try and be brief, but I actually wrote everything out, so that may make me take longer, but I'll do my best. Anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to address you all this morning. I know there's issues come forward with the public consultation that Councillor Meehan set up and that the community associations have put in briefs. But I still felt I needed to say something because it's the one issue in a long time that people have actually stopped me in the community and talked to me about because they're concerned. And I think the biggest issue here is that it's the unknown, and there are enough unknowns right now with COVID, let alone not knowing what this is going to be. So I want to bring forward again the question as to why this rezoning application is being considered at this time and why it's being seen as a positive thing, one that the planning people and perhaps many councillors would seem more than willing to move ahead. The public consultation process brought forward numerous questions and concerns, especially around traffic, but also around the size of the potential project, the rationale for such a change, and why the city should instigate the change from Prestige Business Park to warehouse and truck depot. And of course, what the impact would be on the surrounding conservation area, the NCC Greenbelt, the scenic Prince of Wales Drive into Ottawa, Capitol Memorial Gardens, if you were thinking of being buried there and now there's trucks going by. And that's just skimming the surface of many of the community concerns. Despite the rhetoric and the reports from the traffic people, the planning department, the spokesperson for the landowners and others, the only real answer to any of the issues raised was that the site plan would reveal all, and then we could address these issues. This isn't a helpful interest or answer for those of us with real concerns and worries. And alas, this may be by this point an inappropriate or politically incorrect remark, but the expression was first used in the 1550s, and the expression is, we're being asked to take a pig in a poke here. The city is happily planning to rezone a very large section of land, originally zoned as a prestige business park and designed with that in mind, but now with no concept or plan behind it except a warehouse and a truck depot, but no indication of the size, the number of vehicles, the number of employees, architectural details, the impact on conservation, the use of arterial roads, the impact on local communities, cyclists and pedestrians. I think we probably have a better idea of the design for the Salvation Army church that's slated to go in there than the warehouse and the truck depot. And that could outdo even the one that is being built closer to 416 by Amazon. The discussion on traffic at the public consultation spoke of Maryville and Prince of Wales, Longfields and Fallowfield, with no real sense of the real impact of truck traffic on the local communities or what the destination of all of these trucks might be. These roads were arterial roads and truck routes, and so trucks were allowed and traffic would be managed by the lights and flow systems of the city. Not a helpful answer for anyone trying to cross Maryville Road or walk to St. Monica's School or church or ride a bike along Prince of Wales or Fallowfield.
1 minute.
Okay, anyone who lives in the surrounding communities knows that the shortest route to 416 is Prince of Wales to Bankfield. That was never discussed. So once again, this is more of a pig and a poke for those of us that live in this part of the Nepean. I walk the path between Maryville and Woodruff frequently. You look across, JDS is a beautiful building the way, or the RCMP now, as it lights up. There's no sense of scale and how this is going to impact. And when you walk around the areas here in the business parks nearby, there is a sense of scale. There is a place where even you walk by and there's the cement place, but right next to it is a greenhouse. There's a scale, there's a sense of how it all fits within the community and how the traffic going in and out of these areas isn't something we notice. And so I think there's a place here. We don't need to buy.
Thank you, Daintree. Your time is up. I'm just stepping in for Chair Harder here.
Okay.
We do have at least one question from Councillor Egley. Councillor?
Thank you, Chair Gower. Daintree, first of all, lovely to see you.
Yeah,
it's been a long time.
Magical.
Even if virtually, it's been a long time with the pandemic. I want to thank you for making time to come and speak today. If I can summarize, and I'd just ask you to confirm I've got this right, so the committee's got this right. Speaking as a resident of the community, you're not saying I'm against anything happening here. You're saying, if I'm correct, that you do not believe there's enough information in front of this committee and in front of the community to make an intelligent decision about whether this should go ahead or not at this juncture. Have I summed that up correctly?
Yes, and I think it goes back to what Chair Jan Harder said. It is already designated where you can have a warehouse and you can have some of these things. I think it's the size and the lack of information and the lack of studies and the lack of even knowledge about what the actual impact is going to be on people in the communities immediately around this. I mean, it's that buy a pig and a poke thing that I'm using as a metaphor here, because I think that sometimes metaphors help us figure stuff out. We all know it's a business park. We all know it's being designated that. You drive through the many business parks that are just around our neighborhood here, but you're not consciously aware of them. They don't overpower. Some of the elements in them may be annoying, but they're discreet. The RCMP building is beautiful. You look across those fields, there it is. And so I think all of us want things in that business park. The jobs are important, but we need to know how they're going to be and how they're going to impact. If that answers.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Daintree. We'll move on to our next speaker. Next speaker is Jordan Lane Beveridge. And following
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Following that, Jacques Chenet. So Jordan Lane Beveridge is up. Jordan, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me,
Yep.
Chair Harder and Chair Gower?
We can, and you can go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Chair Harder and fellow councillors, for having me today. I'm not going to get into much repetition from my fellow presenters. I am from Country Place, Community Association and the president. My concerns are very similar to those that we have just heard. Particular that there is a lack of understanding and what we believe to be a lack of studies. This is more than just an economic issue, ladies and gentlemen. It's a quality of life, it's an environment, dust, noise, etc. And more so, it's a safety issue for us as well with the increased traffic. And I don't think we're very certain how much increased traffic that we're looking at. We haven't really looked at any alternate possibilities for that zone. I think Mr. Diaz did some research on behalf of the city of Ottawa and brought up at least one possible alternative to that site, which was an excellent idea. I don't think that we can intelligently speak of proposed mitigations when we haven't fully flushed out studies that take into consideration a variety of perspectives from all the people who have been impacted. This is not simply a localized issue at this site. There are many, many people who will be impacted further away from where this proposed site is. I'd like to talk about last mile for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, drivers will take the fastest, most efficient route that they can to make that last mile. Guessing or surmising that, well, maybe Mirabel won't be quite as impacted or that road won't be quite as impacted without really having the data and data studied over an appreciable amount of time, I would suggest a year. We need that kind of data in order to make a fully flushed out intelligent decision, not just based on economics or jobs. I would like to make the point that we're not ignorant or ignoring the importance of economic growth in this city. St. Monica's School was brought up at one point in time, and I'd like to focus on that for a few seconds. It is irrelevant whether or not St. Monica's School should have been built where it is. It is irrelevant whether or not St. Monica's School is in an industrial zone or whatever zone it is. Our children and the children of the surrounding communities go to that school. They want to do so safely. They want to be able to cross Marable Road safely in order to get there, have an education in what is a neighborhood school. Finally, council members, we, the voters, the taxpayers, your residents, we're speaking to you. There are nearly 4,000 people who have signed a petition to oppose this, specifically for me, to oppose this without further study. I do not believe we are in a position to make an intelligent decision based on the information that we have. I think that we need to take the time, gather more data, have a thorough analysis from a variety of perspectives, and then we can make a decision that we feel has taken into consideration several factors, all factors that we can think of. Councillors, fellow speakers, I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Coming out, we do have a question from Councillor Eglai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jordan, I don't know, I may have missed it at the beginning, but could you tell people what your role is in the community other than being a resident?
Yeah, I'm the president of the Country Place Community Association.
So when you're here today, you're speaking on, it's fair to say you're speaking on more than your own behalf as an individual resident, but you're speaking on behalf of the community on what you've heard?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And we've talked a fair bit about St. Monica's School, and I know some of the councillors here have asked questions about sort of geography and location. Can you explain where St. Monica's School is in proximity to Country Place?
St. Monica's School is located across Marable Road from Country Place. Country Place itself is bounded basically by the Greenbelt on the south end, Marivelle on the west end, Prince of Wales on the east end, and about halfway the distance between Amberwood Crescent and McFarland Road. That's its north end. St. Monica's School is on the other side of Marivelle Road. I'd say just up from the boundary of Country Place, about between 50 and 100 meters south of the railroad crossing on Marivelle Road, right near the intersection of Marivelle and McFarland.
And is St. Monica's a school that's also accessed and used by the families in the Glens?
Yes, sir, it is. By Marivelle Glens, Granville Glen, Pine Glen, and of note, if I may, sir, the demographics in our communities are changing. We are getting younger as a community. There are real estate agents, and possibly including the one who spoke earlier, who could verify that younger families are moving into this area. So this is a potential feeder school for our residents.
And can you describe to the committee the current state of, well, not the current, obviously, because schools aren't open, but assuming schools were open right now and the new warehouse project wasn't in place, can you describe what it's like to get from Country Place to the school on foot or on bicycle with young children?
I think there are enough people on this call in my demographic to remember the video game called Frogger. And that's the risk that people take when they try and cross Maryville Road at anywhere but the crosswalk, which is located at the very south end of the Country Place community at Maryville and Amberwood Drive. There are no other safe opportunities to cross from Pine Glen or Country Place over to St. Monica's School. And it is very much within a walkable distance if afforded the opportunity. Increased traffic will not afford the opportunity, it will decrease it.
Thank you. That's all I have question-wise. I see a number of my colleagues have their hands up, so I'll finish up and turn it back to the chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Egley. Next up is Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Lane Beveridge, for coming out today. I made a lot of notes on this, and I will be having lots of questions to staff when we get to that component of this committee meeting today. Just wondering, out of the discussions around St. Monica's and safety concerns, I will be asking staff at some point, but would pedestrian signalized lights be something that would be that could assist in making it safer for students getting to the school?
Councillor Tierney, in the right place, yes, it would, but we're also cognizant of the fact that the proximity of the school to the rail crossing poses some challenges in where we could place a safe crossing. That would take some more study and definitely some more discussion. Also, the number of crossings on that stretch of Maryville also poses a challenge. And I've had some discussions about these challenges. However, you know, at the early part of the presentation, we were talking about trying to find the right balance in these circumstances. Finding the right balance for safety versus finding the right number of lights, traffic lights or not, is definitely needs to be a consideration. At the end of the day, it is quality of life, which takes into many considerations, including safety. Sir.
Great, thank you. And thanks for your very professional presentation. You raised a lot of good points that I'll raise with staff, and that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Kitts has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very sympathetic to the truck traffic concerns that are being raised today by the residents. You know, I see that same concern in some of my areas of my ward where there's truck routes, but I want to share something that I'm concerned about on the flip side, because I understand that it's, you know, the size of what's being proposed, the ambiguity around it, that is an added concern. But given the existing permitted uses, that there is, you know, permitted truck traffic in this kind of industrial, if it wasn't a large development, it could very well be many smaller developments that would still have truck traffic and would still increase traffic to your neighborhood, but on a smaller scale, perhaps, an individual basis. And my concern with that is that it would the same volume would be achieved, but just, you know, in smaller projects. Because I'll share an example. There was residents in my community, there was a development going in, and they said, you know, they're using our local routes. This company, can you do something about this? Can you tell them that they're speeding on our streets? Can you tell them that they're using the wrong streets? And I said, sure, no problem. I'll go to the developer, I'll chat with them, big developer. So I go to the developer and they tell me, oh, actually, we're not developing that site anymore. We've sold all of our lots. So it's all these independent contractors that are using that area. So all of a sudden, you know, I had a much larger problem on my hands, because it wasn't just going to one source, one sort of big group that was violating the rules. It was all these, you know, smaller groups. And so I'm wondering if the impact on the community would be the same, and it would be a greater challenge to address. And I just wanted to hear your sort of thoughts on that.
Well, Councillor Pitts, thank you for your question. I think it's a very good question. Is the president of Country Place or any other given residential area the right person to answer that question? No, I think that perhaps the city of Ottawa could fund a study to address that very question, because it's not the first nor it will be the last time that that type of question that you've brought up will be asked, and it could be used for future studies, certainly. The one more point, and it does come in the form of a question, Chair Harder, if I may have a little bit of leeway. Just
as long as you don't expect an answer right now, but I am sure that Councillor Eglai is going to write it down and ask staff when we get to the questions of staff. Correct, Councillor Eglai? So ask your question so he can take note of it and ask when we get to questions of staff.
Thank you, ma'am. The question is, just because this area is zoned for a given use, just because we can, does not mean that we should, nor does it mean that we're on the track for this use and this use only. And so it's just a general question that I would encourage all councillors who are voting on this issue to consider. I've lived in this city my entire life. I've seen excellent decisions made when flexibility, or pivoting as the current term is, comes into play. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kitts, are you finished with your questioning?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. We have two more speakers, and then we will go to the applicant, and then of course questions of staff after that. Mr. Chenet. Jacques?
Yes, I'm here.
Bienvenue.
Merci. Thank you, Madam Chair and councillors. I have a very short presentation here. I am an EPN resident in the Glens, actually, and I attended the meeting on the 13th. Next, please. I was fairly disappointed at the meeting because I felt there was a bias towards the applicant displayed by the staff. And I'll get into this later. Next. I am very worried about the process. I think it's inadequate, the process by the city, in that the impact on the community will depend on what will happen with the site. And therefore, the approval of the zoning amendment should follow and be conditional on what will happen with the site. It looks like the cart is before the horse. Also, the city is in the process of putting together a new official plan to guide the city's development. And so zoning amendments such as this should wait until the plan is completed. That would make a lot of sense. Otherwise, you could have approval of the amendment that would create a fait accompli, which doesn't match the plan's vision. So again, that's a process problem. There's been no real study of the impact of this zoning amendment on local traffic. It's not really what the staff has presented, at least at the last meeting, was really not very helpful. In some cases, they even talked about things that would happen in 2031, which is 10 years from now and much too late. So the infrastructure doesn't seem to be there to do the job properly. It is obvious that this project would generate considerable truck traffic and therefore noise on surrounding roads, but the city limits its assessment of noise to 100 meters around the site, which makes absolutely no sense. So we need a proper noise assessment study. Next. Also, for the environment, any proper environmental assessment should consider impacts on the surrounding area, including pollution, noise, and truck traffic. But again, the city wants to limit the environmental assessment to the site itself, which makes no sense for this type of site usage. So in my view, the city is shirking its environmental responsibilities. Next. Some of the statements by city staff need to be validated. They seem to repeat really what the applicant has declared. For example, 10,000 trucks per day. Do we have any guarantees that this will not be exceeded? The same will apply to the percentage of heavy trucks, which was estimated at 10%, but do we know this or not? This is not gospel, this is only what the applicant is saying. And I don't think the city should use these numbers like that. And the figures of 10,000 jobs is in the same area It's bandied about by city staff and some councillors, but we have no guarantees that this figure is not grossly exaggerated. I also wonder about the kind of jobs, by the way. For the prestige park, this may not be prestige jobs. Again, at the May 13th meeting, the applicant and staff tried to convince the public that the proposed zoning amendment was somewhat legitimate because it would correspond to the original designation back in the 1990s before JDS was involved. But that is truly a specious argument. Since then, the traffic situation has changed considerably with the development of Barhaven. And so the situation had completely changed. These applications make no sense to me, as it would allow thousands of trucks to circulate every day in an area which is already congested between Ottawa and Barhaven. And the city has not done, as the previous speakers have said, any of the necessary studies to evaluate the impact of the zoning amendment, so on traffic, environment, and noise. I believe this is a planning committee, and planning means looking at the impact of your decisions. And right now, it's clear that the impact has not been analyzed, whether it's the impact on traffic, on pollution, on noise, on environment, on residents, or even on the economy of the area. So really, if you approve this today, you haven't done your planning job. It's not really planning, it's just approving things without knowing what the consequences are. So like other speakers, I think you should take time, say no to this amendment, but you can study, do the proper studies. And once the studies have been done, then we'll be in a better position to know exactly what the impact will be on all these different areas. So please do your job. That's my message. Please do your planning job.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for coming out today. Our last speaker is
No
always
questions,
famous,
I guess.
Pardon me?
Is there any questions?
No, sir. I don't have any questions.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. It's always helpful to have that as well.
You are welcome.
Okay, so the always effervescent and energetic, and looks like you're in a halo there with the tree behind you, Agnes Warda. Agnes is the president of the Glens Community Association. Agnes, welcome.
Hello, John. It's always a pleasure. And I like to welcome all the members who are ready here to listen to my short statement. As you know, it is very rarely that I address the committee because I strongly believe in resolving differences and concerns before it is actual time to vote. It is even more unusual that I'm commenting on the industrial rezoning. However, I am here representing the Glens community as their president. I was also hoping to be able to bring the council, Knoxdale-Merivale Council position. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic and some changes on the top, I wasn't able to reach everybody, and our ideas are everybody on board or we don't present the position. I hope I will be able to do it before there is another vote. I listened with great interest to all my predecessors, and I decided that I will skip all the planning arguments because it has been said so many times. There is no point to stress again what are the planning objectives and so on. However, I would like to concentrate on the process that got us here. It seems that everybody agrees and is for the development. So why are we all here saying, well, we're opposing this application or this particular application? It seems to my mind, there are at least three problems. The first one, it was the exclusion of the communities at the pre-application stage. This, as I understand from the meeting, this discussion has been for about 2 years now. There's a number of reps in different communities that are pre-clear to take part, and they could have provided some useful suggestion or modification. This didn't happen, unfortunately, so we are here now trying to resolve and find a solution to something that should have been discussed long time ago. The second issue, it's a question of pre-zoning. Pre-zoning has recently become a new emerging planning tool. And when we look from the residential point of view, it's fine, because if we rezone or pre-zone the block of properties, everybody are happy, landowners know what to do, residents know what to expect, instead of having the never-ending spot rezoning. However, in the industrial commercial areas, pre-zoning is slightly different. It is being used by landowners to increase their marketability and disposability of the properties. Basically, the dwellings are built to specs, while actual tenants or users are often unknown. The bigger problem, however, is that once the area is pre-zoned and its expected also still needs the site plan review and the building permit, those items don't require public to be consulted. So that option no longer exists. Now, pre-zoning application also do not require impact studies, design, detailed traffic analysis. Public is basically presented with sketches of what might be or might not be imaginary employment plans outlining imaginary traffic. Real traffic is the #1 concern. As we all know, most of the roads in the area are already over capacity, and there are no immediate plans to widen them or mitigate increased traffic volumes. As we know, city is the one that has jurisdiction over land use, and once they allow landowners to respond to evolving commercial market trends and conditions, they should also protect and provide stability for adjacent low-density residential neighborhood. This is all what we're asking for. Member of the committee, by using this rezoning, by agreeing to it, you are basically saying that the existing park zoning is out of date relative to today's needs. From the discussion during the open house, one may deduce that nothing going to build there anytime soon. So why the hurry? Why not to defer the application and look at the entire area through the new official plan, new transportation master plan, and new infrastructure master plan? There is excellent piece called Good Move Backgrounder, Prepare for the City in, I believe, 2019. It has not been incorporated yet in transportation master plan, but this one could answer many of the questions my predecessor were asking about. So why not to wait and go with the proper process of rezoning, addressing all the concerns, have the studies, and at the time when the applicants are actually ready to build, we will probably have all the answers. So, and telling to all of us that site plan stage may permit to address many valid concerns, I don't think it will be happening, because we won't be able to access that, and number of the issues will not be responded in the sufficient way for all the residents. And what I want to offer at the end, one more observation. It seems that everybody who were for this particular application are not actually living in the area that will be affected the most. So please, committee members, Madam Chair, be mindful of our position and hopefully find a solution before it is too late. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Agnes. Keith Aglai, Councillor Aglai has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Agnes, for coming out. I mentioned earlier that you had also submitted a written document on behalf of the Community Association, which has been circulated to the committee members. For context, Agnes, can you tell us how long you've been the Community Association president of the Glens Community Association?
You are my third councillor. I started with John Harder, who was my mentor, as I always mention. She gave me the tools of trade. She taught me how to act and so on. Then we have Gord Hander for a few times, and now it's Councillor Aglai, I believe, for what, 2 terms at least? So I would say I have been a leader of this community for more than 20 years.
Well, in some ways, Agnes, you've been a mentor to me, that's for sure. So in that time, Agnes, can you give us a sense of how many planning applications you've been actively involved in or made submissions upon or work with the community?
there was several applications. However, most of them, especially the one in industrial parks, were resolved at the stage of pre-consultation. The last one comes to mind, which was the hydro rezoning with Jack Stirling also as a rep of the applicants. And we were able to sit and iron out our differences and find a solution before we actually come to the committee. And if I remember correctly, the committee was delayed the final decision because we were ironing down the last moment details, but we were able to do it. That's why I'm stressing so much the process that has been somehow failed in here. We didn't have the chance to sit with the proponents and trying to find a solution at the earlier stage. So we are kind of forced to be here now and air our concerns.
Well, you're getting a bit ahead of me because I did want to talk very quickly about the hydro application, because in some ways it was similar to this one in that it was a rezoning, but at that point in time, it wasn't known who the tenant would be or necessarily what use would be put, the new rezoned property would be put to. And yet, you're quite right. You, as the community leader, along with the then community association president from Country Place, and Mr. Stirling, were able to sit down and work out differences. And then that application actually went forward and was passed and based on the work that you were able to do. Do you think that model could still work here? Do you think if Mr. Stirling or some other representative of the applicants were prepared to sit down with you and some other representatives of the community between now and council, that some of the concerns that we've heard today about traffic, about noise, about pollution, do you think that there's a reasonable chance that it could be sorted out in some way or fashion? Again, assuming that Mr. Stirling and his clients were prepared to do that, and I'm not putting words in his mouth, but based on your experience, and it's extensive, working on behalf of the community on planning matters, do you think that would be helpful in getting past some of the concerns that we've heard about today?
I am always ready to sit and listen. As you know, I don't have a closed mind. I like to hear and see all the argument. I do all my research, as you could notice in the submission. I went through a lot of, I know more about truck traffic than I ever wanted to know. So there is always an option that it may work to at least alleviate some of the concern. The biggest issue, I think, which people are complaining, is the unknown. And this is the one we cannot somehow figure out. In terms of hydro, an unknown was less scary because there was only so much we could have deal with. However, in this particular case, the unknown is a little bit scarier. Then we don't really know what will be happening. We hear a lot about new jobs being created, but warehousing jobs are basically under high school and maybe some GD or whatever. It's not the high quality jobs that the community surrounding are expecting. So I'm always ready to sit and hear and find a solution. You know that, and I'm pretty sure that Jordan will agree with me and the predecessor from the Rita Glenn, they will also be on board. But whether we will be able to find a solution without having a little bit less of the mystery, then that part I don't know.
No,
but
and
I'm absolutely ready to try.
I appreciate that, and that you're prepared to try. And I guess the question later on will go to Mr. Stirling from his perspective about whether he thinks it's worth going down that pathway as well. But thank you for indicating that on behalf of the community, you're prepared to continue to try and sort things out before it goes to a final vote at council. I get that you're not happy with the way things are now, but you're prepared to try. So thank you for that, and I'll turn it over to whoever else might have questions.
Thank you, Councillor Egley. Oh, Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. I just wonder, there was a lot of discussion of process, et cetera. If this proposal were to move through, what are the impacts that you foresee that would be a detriment as a result of the approval?
Well, when I was during the open house, I was listening to the conversation, and at the same time, I get few calls from some of the residents in the area, and in the background, I hear this panicky crying that our livelihood, our home, our everything is going down the drain. And I was trying to explain that, well, may not be so bad. Those are the people who are immediately adjacent to the Maryville Road. So, you know, it is older community. There's only so much you could do to your house in terms of making it protected against the vibration. So, and you know how Maryville looks like. And if it's going to be widened, I don't know when and if, it will take more of the residents of the land, and it will bring only closer the problem to the existing household. And basically, I know that in terms of Prince of Wales widening, there was a huge issue during the environmental review. There was a question of sound barrier and vibration studies and other measures. So we are not discounting that those are arterial road. We are well aware about that, but we have never expected that such a huge increase on traffic, and especially the truck traffic. Long time ago, we had the buses rerouted through Pineland. And when I woke up in the morning, I thought we have an earthquake. And later the city basically put the seismograph in my basement, and it confirmed my feelings. So that sort of can help you visualize what people living adjacent to that areas will feel when all those trucks will start rolling.
So noise and vibration from truck traffic on Maryville would be
correct. Yeah. Well,
perfect.
Pollution too, but you know.
Okay. No, that's great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank
you,
you.
Agnes.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Thanks, Agnes, for coming out today. So of note to everybody, when we get to staff, I think it would be staff that you'd want to ask. You're going to want to ask if anybody besides me has the history of why Maryville Road has not been widened, and why and when, what would trigger getting a sound attenuation.
Well, I know that too, John.
No. Thanks, Agnes.
Thanks.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask, I think that she's had to leave, Julie Taylor. She's left her notes, but she did advise that she was going to have to leave a while back. Did she come back?
No, she's not.
Okay, so we do have her notes. Thank you very much. Okay, the next up is Jack Sterling and Greg Winters and Jennifer Luong. I'm not sure who's speaking first, but take it away.
Maybe, Councillor, what I'll do is I could start with a brief presentation. If Melody could bring it up for me, that'd appreciate it.
Sure.
So thank you very much. My name is Greg Winters, and I'm a senior planner at Novatech. I've been with the firm now for about 24 years and quite familiar with some of the history in this area. I often find that when we do these applications, there's a lot of history and planning and a lot of technical documents that have been produced over many, many, many years that have never been available to the public. And it's actually a disadvantage. And I feel very sympathetic to a lot of the residents because they don't have that advantage. I live and breathe this every day. So I understand the history, I understand the planning policy context. So it's very easy for me to say this just makes sense. But I can understand how confusing the planning process can be for everybody. And so hopefully I'll be able to help a little bit with this today, along with my colleagues, Jack Sterling and Jennifer Luong. Just to get into it, as explained in the staff report, this has been years of planning that's gone into this. This isn't just materialized overnight, this application. The business park has been here for 20 to 30 years or more in the planning process for it. And a lot of decisions have been made leading up to this point where we are today. The staff report did a very good job of explaining this, but I'd like to highlight just a few key points. Firstly, there's been a lot of discussion about policy, and this is a policy discussion that's being had today. And it actually isn't. a lot of the policies already in place on this. So you've heard from in the staff report and from people speaking today that this is actually a designated employment area. That decision was made years and years ago by the city of Nepean and the region of Ottawa Carleton, and it's translated until today. What you've got is an existing business park planned since the 1980s or 1990s, and the OP and secondary plan currently permit a warehouse as a use. Even the zoning today permits a warehouse as a permitted use. It's just not a principal use. So anybody that could file an application today, and in fact, that's what's happened at 2 Leatham Drive, could come in an application for site plan and build a building today as of right on those properties with a good component of warehouse attached to it, as long as there's an office or some other principal use. What we're asking for here today is to have something that's a little bit more of a proportionate, that they might have some more warehouse or truck transport included. And it all comes down to math. There's nothing in the zoning bylaw that says that it needs to be 50% or 70% of the building. It's an interpretation, and we want to make sure that anybody coming in with an application in the future is clear that they've got permissions to build on this site, and don't end up in a debate down the road about whether or not it's 50% or 75% of the building can be warehouse. So this whole business park is located here because it's in a designated employment area. And that designated employment area was decided in this location largely because of the location of the airport. It's in the noise cones for the airport. So the noise regulations on top of this property that you can't have a lot of mixed use development, retail, you can't have seniors' homes, you can't have housing in it. It's meant to be a business park because of that location. It's also because of the good location to the airport. And I acknowledge, there's some math around there, whether it's 6 minutes to the airport or 10 minutes to the airport or 20 minutes to the airport. It doesn't really matter. It's still very close to the airport, and it's got great transportation routes and truck routes surrounding this development. So if I could get Melody to just change to slide number 2, please. So what we're looking at, sorry, the next slide, Melody. Thank you very much. So this is a schedule of the City of Ottawa's current official plan. So this is the one that deals with the urban area, and you see a lot of blue on this plan. And all those blue areas are also urban employment areas, just as this property is designated. And that's intentional. It meets the intent of the provincial policy statement, and it meets the intent of the city's policies regarding employment. What you want to have is you want to have employment scattered throughout the City of Ottawa. And in fact, until recently, the City of Ottawa had policies in its official plan that spoke to that every single neighborhood, every community had to have 1.3 jobs per household. And that was intentional. You want to spread employment potential throughout the City of Ottawa rather than concentrating it in one area. I heard somebody say, why isn't this out in the village of Karp, or out on Karp Road? It's because you want people to be able to live and work in a community. It makes for a complete community to have housing and jobs spread throughout. And if you didn't have manufacturing, light industrial, warehousing in this location, you'd have more trucks driving throughout the city. What Zena Kinder wants to do is add a warehouse and truck transport to give a full amount of uses to the property that's reflective of the existing policies in the OP and the secondary plan today. That just makes good planning sense. And it's going to allow Ottawa to grow as a new city. It's going to get away from being just a government town or a university town and allow a full diverse amount of employment to happen within these communities and throughout. So this site is ideally located in airports and roads. And Melody, if I could just change to the next slide, please. So this is a screenshot of a Geo Ottawa that shows the truck routes. So you can see all the black lines in this plan. This is showing that there are designated truck routes for 18-wheelers and such throughout the City of Ottawa that lead to this development. You're not going to have these trucks running down local roads because there's restrictions on that. So that's going to be covered. As far as being within other areas of the city, so to have this, it's going to create good employment jobs. And to turn around and try to turn down this application today would be contradictory to the city's intent. So the city reconfirmed this area as being a very important employment area through their land review for employment in 2016 through OPA 180. and the further review that council just approved in 2021, as mentioned in the staff report, for the industrial and logistics land strategy. So again, this has all been reconfirmed that this is a good area for employment. This is an important business park, and we should allow a full range of uses in this area. As I said, to turn around now and to turn this application down would be closing the door on a potential for other uses to locate in here. And that's a loss of development charges that would happen to the city of Ottawa. And development charges are important because that's what's actually going to go into paying for projects in the new transportation master plan to implement some of the fixes that Councillor Meehan and some of the community have been talking about road capacity, intersections and such. So it's really shooting yourself in the foot if you turn down an application like that, because that money is important. You can't put it on the backs of an individual builder or developer to build one building and to fix all the city's infrastructure. That's what development charges are there for and should be used as such. So what I would encourage the committee today is to vote in support of this application, because it'll provide for the full range of potential to create jobs and implement the policies and previous decisions of council that is important for this business park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. And I'll just make note of the fact, Jack, are you speaking too? Or are you here for questions? You're speaking? Oh, okay, you've got your mic on. I mean off. Thank you. Okay. But before you do, I need to find out from Melody how much time we have left of the 10 minutes that you had, because Greg went way over.
2 minutes and 45.
That's what you have, Jack.
Okay, I'll be very quick. Thank you very much, Councillor, members of committee. I just want to review a few simple facts as I've been listening to all the presentation. I want to remind people that this is a family-owned property that's been owned for over 3 generations, that has participated as a family with the former city of Nepean and the new city of Ottawa in the development of an industrial park, a business park. This is not something new. I also want to remind committee, as I listening to some of the comments, we have not applied to create a business park. This business park has existed in planning documents from the former city of Nepean since the early 1980s. We are not creating a new one. If this park had been able to develop through the high-tech era, as it tried to do over the years with JDS and others, the zoning currently on the site would have allowed over 10 million square feet of development. And the goal of the park, as stated in all planning documents, was to achieve 10,000 employees. So if high tech had come to this area in the 90s, the way JDS thought it would, this site would be occupied by 10 million square feet plus. So this is not new. This site is zoned, it's serviced, and it was serviced in such a manner in the 1990s that it's leading edge. The storm pond that's there that will handle all the stormwater management that the gentleman referred to as a leading edge pond, where stormwater management is dealt with using UV rays. It was state of the art when it was installed and still is. All of the area was infrastructure was improved as a result of JDS. Turning lanes were put in, widenings at throats of intersections were put in. Everything was done at the time for JDS. And if triggering any new development requires that, they will be done as part of the approvals as well. I really have no sympathy for any sound discussions. We are under the airport noise cones. If residents are concerned about sound in this area, they're not going to hear it because the airplane's going over. If this was in a different area, sound might be an issue. But let's keep in mind why this park is here. There are no other uses allowed of a residential or of a mixed use or of a hotel or anything else. In fact, the church that was referred to was not a permitted use, was appealed to LPAT, and only LPAT granted it, much to the dissatisfaction of the airport authority. Okay. I only have one other comment quickly. There is a building under construction right now in the park, 20,000 square feet. It has 18,000 square feet of permitted accessory warehouse use. It has 6 parking bays. 6 truck bays. If I took that cookie cutter development and applied it across the 110 vacant acres, I would have over 866,000 square feet of warehouse under the current allowed zoning, and I would have over 275 truck bays. The parent IL9 zone right now allows 28 uses. The IL9 only allows 12 of those. We didn't ask for all 28. We've asked for 2. We will still be much less in terms of uses than the parent IL9 zone that exists in pretty much every one of your wards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Going to questions now, and then after, just so everybody remembers, so after questions of the applicant, then we'll have questions of staff. Councillor Meehan, then Councillor Leeper, then Councillor Eglai. Councillor Meehan.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you to Mr. Winter and Mr. Sterling for their presentation today. I just want to, one of the comments that you made, Mr. Winter, you said that this site is located surrounded by great transportation routes. So you think that 2-lane roads are great transportation routes? And I just want to reiterate again, none of these roads, Maryville, Fallowfield, Woodruff, Prince of Wales, none of them are, there's no plans to widen anyone. The only one is Prince of Wales, so that's going to be in 2026 to 2031. So, and I know for a fact, I do recall, Mr. Sterling, at your presentation, you admitted that infrastructure has not kept pace with this area of the city. So what constitutes great transportation routes, Mr. Winter?
Well, I'd like to answer that, Councillor. What contemplates great transportation routes is the fact, as Mr. Winter showed, the site is surrounded by truck routes, city designated truck routes that are consistent with previous transportation master plans and the proposed new transportation master plan. The fact that infrastructure hasn't kept up with this or any of other councillors' areas is not reflective on individual development applications or zonings. It's reflective on the city's TMP and how it designates and manages its budgets in bringing these roadways forward. That is your role as a councillor to participate in those and advance projects in your ward. And we certainly look forward to working with you in the future on advancing those projects with you.
So it sounds like though we continue to put the cart before the horse, Mr. Sterling. This is not going to make the development of this area any more
Councillor, I am frustrated by a concept that the addition of 2 uses where a park has been zoned for 30 years and could have developed 10 million square feet that we wouldn't even be talking about, or could allow the development of a large number of cookie cutter warehouses that already exists in the zoning bylaw, has anything to do with the cart before the horse.
Well, I'm talking about infrastructure. I'm talking about roads around the area.
Nothing right now currently prevents any of the development from occurring that I've described under the current zoning. The addition of these 2 uses, in fact, does not change the results of a traffic study were it done on the existing uses. Infrastructure is a totally separate discussion citywide that requires the input of all the council to debate and monitor and balance how infrastructure dollars are spent in the next 10 to 15 years.
Well, we know that we've got a huge gap in infrastructure spending. And I think what we're proposing now is different than what the previous planning was allowing. And that if that's a lot,
Councillor, you and I have debated this in the past. Existing Barhaven, existing Nepean South, and this business park reflect the exact plans that Nepean laid out with the region of Ottawa-Carleton going back to the early 1980s, and the region of Ottawa-Carleton going back to the 1970s when it designated this area as one of the 3 satellite cities. Nothing, and I stress the word nothing, in the overall planning of Barhaven South and its residential areas and its retail areas and its business park areas has changed. It is developed exactly in accordance with the plans.
What has changed is the warehouse and truck terminal. So
No, it has not, because warehouse is a permitted use as accessory in this area.
yes,
And it was permitted in the zoning until Nepean agreed to pursue JDS's dream of developing the park to 10 million square feet and 10,000 employees as a business park, which as an office park, which unfortunately didn't come to fruition.
I will give you that. The fact of the matter is, we're considering the impact of this today. I will wait until the staff makes its presentations and then ask some more questions then. But I want to make sure that the committee knows that there are no plans for infrastructure improvements, save for Prince of Wales, until 2026, 2031. So thank you that's it for me now.
Thank you, Councillor Meehan. Councillor Leeper, followed by Councillor Eglai.
Thank you. Jack, you said you're frustrated. I'm becoming increasingly frustrated through the course of this meeting. We're talking as though the new permitted use is simply in line with uses that have already been anticipated. And everything I'm hearing from residents and seeing is that this is not just a warehouse. This is not warehouse ancillary to some other use. We're talking about the creation of a large logistics center. And logistics are not business park. Logistics imply higher levels of traffic. They imply heavier traffic on the roads, the noise implications, the air implications of logistics are different than they would be for a business park. And I suspect I will hear from Councillor Eglai about frustration of not knowing what the plan is ahead of zoning this as requested by the applicants. So we're all frustrated this morning. I think the key question I have, though, is probably for Greg. What is the traffic that we can expect? Because this is what the residents are mostly concerned about, is a significantly increased amount of heavy truck traffic in their part of the city, traveling on roads like Marivel, traveling on roads that are not able to handle large quantities of tractor trailers. And we don't know whether it's going to be tractor trailers, but I'm assuming it is. Where is the traffic coming from? What kind of traffic is it? And where is it coming from? What are the routes that they're going to be taking in order to get to this, what I would characterize as logistics center?
So Councillor, through the chair, so I'll try to answer some of this, but I may turn it over to my colleague Jennifer Long, who is an expert in transportation engineering, but I'll give it kind of a high level anyways to it. One of the problems that we've been having in the discussions throughout this whole exercise has been that people have been talking about thousands of trucks or thousands of, or 4,000 trucks. I even heard a number being thrown out there at some point in time. And there's nowhere is that ever mentioned in any of our traffic studies or any of our reports submitted. What we've been basically talking about, and Jennifer can confirm this, is that we're talking about generating about 25 to 30 tractor trailer trips in the AM and PM peaks on the site. Now, what the traffic is actually counting when you look at the traffic study that was produced and reviewed by the City of Ottawa is that there's other trips, there's other vehicle trips, there's going to be employees coming to and from this building, there's going to be other types of distribution that's coming to this site. So it's not all 18-wheelers, it's not thousands and thousands of 18-wheelers. So that number is completely false that's been reported. And as far as where they're coming from, well, we're getting into a bit of a speculative territory, because when we produce a TIA, I'm not even sure why we were even required to produce a TIA at this point in time for, as Jack has explained, you get 9 million square feet of potential office and warehouse uses on the site as of right today. But that's something the City of Ottawa wanted us to cover it off as by producing another study. And we were asked to produce a conceptual plan of what theoretically might happen on the site. And I think that skewed the discussion so that everybody thinks that immediately we're going to be doing a large distribution warehouse. It might be those 2 buildings that you've seen on the concept plan flash today, or it might be 19 smaller buildings, as Mr. Sterling had indicated earlier. And as for where they're coming and going, we can only speculate that that they're going to follow routes coming from the 416 down Fallowfield, down Woodruff, through Longfields into the site. They might be coming up from Strandherd, running into the business park from that location. So our transportation engineer, Jennifer, had to make assumptions based on knowns of the types of uses out there, whether it be light manufacturing, whether it be an office use, whether it be a logistics center, and looked at the traffic. And in fact, office, if we built 4 more JDS uniphases or 4 more RCMP headquarters out there, the traffic would be far worse on that than it would be. Sure, there might be less truck traffic minorly, but there's going to be more overall traffic overall. Jennifer, have you got anything else that you can add to that?
That's perfect, Greg. That's exactly it. Office as a permitted use could generate, with the square footage we've been talking about, far and away more traffic than this use that we're considering. I did want to just add in terms of percent heavy truck traffic on our adjacent arterials, because I think that had come up earlier as a question. So, for example, at Fallowfield and Woodruff, based on our latest data at that intersection, peak hour truck traffic is around 2% of the total volumes. The amount of trucks that this development, this use, I should say, may add to that would be less than 1%. So I just want to put that in perspective in terms of what is anticipated based on our study. It's not, increasing something to 20% by any means. Similar down at Prince of Wales and Maryvale, the current heavy vehicle traffic during peak hours at that intersection, based on the latest data at hand, is in the order of, maybe 3% at that intersection. And again, the amount of truck trips that would be anticipated from this use, again, is only increasing that, by maybe less than 1%.
What is that in absolute numbers?
So at the intersection of Fallowfield and Woodruff, so during the AM and PM peaks, it's a total of maybe 70 or 90 truck trips in that one peak hour at those times. And so we're adding maybe 15 to that. And at Prince of Wales and Maryvale, during the AM and PM peaks again, it hovers around 60 heavy vehicle trips. And again, we'd be adding maybe in the order of 15.
Okay. That's the main concern that I have is heavy truck traffic down roads that are in close proximity to residential. The numbers that you're providing are a relatively small increase to what is already there. And I guess it will be up to the committee. And, as an adverse effect, heavy truck traffic, if it got to a certain threshold, in my mind, would be grounds to reject the new use, because that new use, I think, is different from what the use is that has currently been thought about. But I will leave it there, and I'm sure Councillor Eglai has some further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Eglai.
Thank you, and Councillor Leeper set me up for all. We're going to have all these great questions, so I'll try and live up to that. So I guess I'm confused a little bit, because when the issue of number of trucks came up to Greg, I thought the answer that he had said, and it's hard to keep track on Zoom sometimes, I thought the answer he had said was 25 and 35 in the different peak periods would be the increase. But then when Jennifer answered the question, I heard we've got 70 and 90, and we're going to see an increase of probably 15 at each of the peak periods. So, that's a fair difference, 15 to 35. So who's right? Or who? What number are you relying on? Is it the 35 an hour, or is it the 15 an hour increase?
It's the same number, if I may, because the trucks aren't all going in the exact same direction. So I'm taking that 30 and I'm assuming they're 50-50 to and from, destinations west, so via Fallowfield and Woodruff, or destinations east via Prince Wales and Maribel. So it's 15 plus 15 gives you 30.
Okay, so we're looking at an increase of 25 total at peak in the morning, I think, and 35 peak in the afternoon.
Yes.
Correct?
It's 25 in the morning, 30 in the afternoon.
Okay, because I thought that Greg had said 35, but so when you say at peak, is that total or is that, what is peak? How many hours is peak?
That's one peak, the highest peak hour in the morning rush, if that's 7:30 till 8:30, and then your highest hour in the afternoon rush, whether that's 4:30 to 5:30, that's 1 hour.
Okay, but to Councillor Leeper's question, that's not the total increase in truck traffic that you're expecting through the day, correct?
Those are not daily volumes.
Right, so I think it would be helpful if we had a sense of what the increase was going to be on a daily basis.
And I think that number was quoted in the planning rationale. You may not find it in the traffic report because in the traffic report under the city's guidelines, we're required to look at the impact on peak hours. But, the daily volume of trucks that's anticipated is in the order of 400.
400?
Per day, but that's
per
24
day.
hours, yes.
Yeah, no, I get that. That's 400 a day. And I hear what you're saying about peak period, but of course, people don't live in their homes only at peak period. They live in their homes 24 hours a day. So, we're looking at an increase of 400 trucks on those truck routes.
Yes.
And you say that's based on your study.
Yes.
So what is your study? Because we don't know what you're putting there. So what's the basis for arriving at 400? What were you actually studying to determine that was the amount of trucks?
So we're looking at data that we have available to us for other similar uses.
Okay, but again, similar uses. What is the? You must have said we think we're putting in X at this particular location, and that therefore will generate 400 extra trucks a day.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the X factor? What did you put in there? What did you say was going to be the eventual use that was going to be put to?
Warehouse or truck transport?
And to your mind, it doesn't matter what kind of a warehouse it is. You'd still come up with that number, whether it was a produce depot, for example, warehouse going out to local grocery stores, or an Amazon warehouse going out to individual households. That would not impact the number of trucks?
So what we had used is what we thought would be worst case, which would be e-commerce.
Okay, so an Amazon kind of arranged, not necessarily Amazon, but that sort of thing.
Wouldn't
Amazon,
have to be,
Indigo.
But it's a robust, we wanted to test the worst.
So you're saying that would create 2,800 additional trucks a week?
I'm not going to jump to that conclusion, but again,
I just did simple math. I did 400 a day by 7 days a week.
Yep.
I think to Jennifer's point, Councillor, I think this kind of leads us down a bit of a rabbit hole in the math at the end of the day. It's not, we're talking about this as if it's going to be extra trips. As of right, tomorrow we could put in an office use or a light industrial.
Yeah, but you don't have that there, with all due respect, Greg, you don't have that there. So I'm trying to find out, to use Jennifer's term, worst case scenario, if you get what you want and you get the tenant you want, we're looking at 2,800 extra truck trips a week through those corridors.
I'm not going to say that because I don't know that to be true. I will say that
what do you know to be true then?
Manufacturing is a permitted use on this site, and it can generate just as much truck traffic as what is being contemplated.
So if we got what we wanted, Councillor, just to finish my point, if Zena Kinder got what they wanted, it might be warehouse, it might be light manufacturing, it might be an office. They're trying to get a full complement of uses. And some of these, like Jennifer is saying, light manufacturing or a warehouse are equivalent in the amount of truck traffic. And light manufacturing is permitted as a right today.
Sure, but I'm still going to go with the potential for 2,800 trucks a week because that's what the simple math works out for me.
Very simple, Councillor.
I think
I'm a simple guy.
I know that.
So Mr. Sterling.
Councillor Egley, just everybody hang on for a minute. We're at the witching hour, which is 12:30. And I have to ask, with the will of committee, will we continue on and complete this? We have one held item after this with 2 speakers on it. Rather than taking a break, we soldier on. Can I just have nods of heads, or if you have a problem with that, put your hand up. We're going forward. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Egley. Sorry.
No problem. I only have a couple more questions. Mr. Sterling and I talked about this in the larger sense earlier on, and I appreciate the discussions that we've had. Mr. Sterling, you heard this morning from the president of the Glens Community Association, a very long-standing community rep, saying that she would welcome and be prepared to sit down with you or other representatives on behalf of the proponent between now and the time it goes to council to see if A, there can be more clarity around what's happening with the project for the community to consider, and B, to see if there's some way forward that addresses some of the concerns that they raise. And so I ask you whether you have authority this morning on behalf of your client to say that you'd be prepared to do that.
Councillor, we are not presenting a proposal for development. We are proposing the addition of 2 uses. Our traffic study clearly shows that traffic goes north on Maryville and Woodruff and turns, vast majority of it turns on Fallowfield to 416 or to Prince of Wales to get to the airport. Maryvale is not a truck route north of Baseline Road. There is no incentive for trucks to go north of Fallowfield on Maryvale Road. St. Monica's School is 2.5 kilometers away from our site. When we actually have a development that we are proposing to develop on the lands, we will certainly be glad to sit down with residents in the area to discuss the development. But right now, all we are proposing is the addition of 2 uses which exist in 90% of lands currently zoned in the city of Ottawa in this manner.
So that's a very long way of saying no. Between now and council, you're not prepared to sit down with the community.
I've been prepared to sit down with the community since the day we filed this application. It's unfortunate they asked today.
Well, I think part of the issue is, and this is not your issue, Mr. Sterling, it's and Agnes alluded to it, is with the application not proceeding in my ward, but proceeding in Councillor Meehan's ward.
Agnes has my email, as you know.
No, but they don't. But there's not the same circulation and distribution of information to the adjoining.
Apparently, what I've heard earlier, this is all part of one large community that the Glens and all these other areas.
So I don't want to debate it, Mr. Sterling. I committed to asking the question to Ms. Warder whether.
Thank you.
I don't think you have. I still don't know if it's yes or no, so I'm going to take it as a no.
Well, and you know what? We're not getting into debate any further than we already have. So if you have another question, Councillor.
I do have another question. I thought that, and maybe I misheard. I thought that, just for clarity, Mr. Chairman, I thought you had said in your last answer that in fact Maryville Road is not a truck route.
Is not a truck route.
Misunderstand?
Is not a truck route north of Baseline Road. There's no incentive for trucks to go up Maryville to get to the 417. They can't make the turn at Maitland, at the curve at Maitland, and it's not a truck route. So the truck route ends at Baseline and they won't go up that way.
So again, just a very quick follow-up, Madam Chair, and maybe I'll have to ask staff this as well. Are you saying it's not officially a truck route, or are you saying that it's too inconvenient for a truck driver to want to use it as a truck route? Because that's a different thing.
Councillor, if you were familiar with your truck route bylaw, you would know the answer to that. It is not a truck route in your bylaw.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Not that I'm counting, but I did give you beyond the five minutes, Steve.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I know this is important, and I know that you'll be back on when we get to staff. Vice Chair Gower.
Yes, just I think the question around volume of traffic is getting a bit confused or muddled in my head, at least. Could Jack or someone else from the group just clarify the worst case volume of truck traffic that could be created by this use that you're asking for? Is it more than, same as, or less than, I guess, what is already permitted in the current zoning?
So I guess I can take that, Jack. So what we were suggesting, Councillor, is it's a range of uses. If it's light manufacturing on the site, it would be equivalent to. If it's office use that's currently permitted on the site, that traffic is going to be greater than what we're asking for on the site. But there's a range of uses. And so in theory, there could be something that's already permitted as of right that could be less. But we're talking about equivalent to light manufacturing permitted as of right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just checking. I see no more hands up, so thank you very much. We're now going to go to staff and questions to staff. And we have staff here. Obviously, Ms. Hamlin is taking the lead. I think Mr. Herwire is probably here. I see Lily. Lily, you're here. And we have people, Phil Landry, I think, and Elizabeth Murphy. Right. Okay. Okay, so first up is Vice Chair Gower.
Okay, I have two areas I wanted to ask about. One was there was a delegation that asked about environmental impact. He mentioned the Greenbelt, he mentioned the nearby farms, he mentioned the Clark Bellinger stormwater pond. How is that considered by staff, or how was that considered by staff in their recommendations?
That's good. Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for the question, Councillor Gower. It's Alison Hamlin. I'm the file lead on the rezoning application. So in terms of the environmental impacts, if there are species at risk that are of concern through a future application, like a site plan application, when there's an understanding of the exact layout of the development, the use that's proposed, then staff would request an environmental impact study, and the impacts of that specific use would be analyzed at that time. We suspect that there could potentially be species at risk in the area, such as in the stormwater management pond, even though it's an artificial pond. And so we have to consider how close, I guess, any development would be to that and what the impacts of that would be. So that would come later. In terms of environmental impacts to agriculture, that's not directly considered because this is an existing employment area. This is an existing industrial park. So there would be, there's going to be trucks as of right, as we've already heard, from light industrial uses in this area. However, related to the Greenbelt, the proposal was circulated to the National Capital Commission and they had no concerns with this. So they did not raise any concerns related to impacts on the Greenbelt or the environment on the Greenbelt.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I wanted to ask about was, it's come up a number of times that we don't know exactly what would be or could be built here. There's no company name attached to it. Are applicants required to provide that kind of information, or is it unusual at all that we'd get a zoning bylaw amendment request without knowing more specifics about what type of business specifically is, or the brand name of the business?
No, it's not unusual that we don't know the brand name. And even broader than that, there are times when the city will amend the zoning bylaw to attract investment. We do that, for example, around transit-oriented development. We've done that to attract development around transit stations. In this case, we are considering the trends and needs in our city's ability to attract investment for employment uses. So we are recommending that these two uses be added, warehouse and transport terminal, to take advantage of current trends in industrial development.
Okay, thank you very much, Allison. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. And I just wanted to say that I've been asked by one of our colleagues, is this questions to staff and discussion? And the answer is yes. So for the two people that just asked questions, you can get back on the list, no problem. And I see Councillor Eglai is. Next up, I believe, is Councillor Dudas. Councillor Dudas?
Thank you, Chair. A lot of the concerns that we've heard from the delegations today and throughout the various emails we've received and information we've received from the public has had to do with the traffic, but also the impact on the roads and public safety. And I wanted to understand a little bit more from our transportation staff how that will be taken into account. I understand there's a number of measures that are planned in the TMP, but is that going to address any increases in traffic, whether it's brought about by this particular development and whatever it may be, or the future growth in this area? I've worked up off of Prince of Wales and Antares many years ago. I worked there, and it is there's a lot of traffic at that intersection, Riverside. So there's a lot of need for investment in the infrastructure there. So can you just elaborate a little bit more about what is planned? What are some of the timelines? And if that's going to address some of the pressures that we're going to see if this is approved today?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I just want to speak to Councillor Dudas's question with regard to the TMP. And I think members of the committee have heard this before. Presently, in the current Transportation Master Plan, there are no plans to widen Maryville Road. And of course, you've heard about Prince of Wales and Fallowfield. They will not be widened until 2031. We're currently undertaking the Transportation Master Plan update. And as part of that large exercise, we are going to be looking at assessing the roads and all their priorities according to growth and needs. Thank you.
So as part of that assessment, there is room in that to address growth in this area, whether it comes through this development or additional residential developments in this area, much as there's that ongoing conversation in my neck of the woods where we see a ton of residential growth. So there is opportunities to have improvements placed through that conversation.
There is room to investigate the priorities in the network.
Okay. And Elizabeth, maybe I'll ask Phil though, because one of the other, and I referenced at the beginning, is the public safety component. You know, we heard from Jason, I believe it was Jason? No, forgive me, Jordan, I believe it was, whose child goes to St. Monica, and the impact of having to cross that road. That, you know, is obviously something they're dealing with today, with the traffic dealing today. So what is there possibility of including improvements to address the public safety concerns, whether it's immediately in front of the school or to add pedestrian facilities in and around where this proposed development is?
Chair, through you, in terms of St. Monica's School, the challenge we have there is it's right next to the rail crossing. So it's not practical to put like a traffic signal at McFarland, which would be the first cross street that's pretty much in front of the school because of the proximity of the school. I also understand that Osta, because Maryville is considered sort of a road that's not really passable by the kids, that they school or the school buses are provided to all the kids on the east side of that of Maryville Road. In terms of the bigger picture of road safety, we do through a road safety action plan evaluate corridors. I don't have information in terms of that section of Maryville, where it would rank in terms of other corridors in the city, but I can ask my team and get back to you on that. We are looking at Prince of Wales and Hunt Club, because that is a congested area already today. We will be implementing later this year an intelligent transportation system where detectors will detect traffic flows and volumes and make adjustments automatically to the system, similar to what we've done on Innes Road out in the East End. And that's basically to, we've got our traffic operators at the traffic control center, but they're not able to look specifically at Hunt Club all the time. So it's basically using intelligent systems to make adjustments when we see increased queues in certain directions to try to maximize the efficiency of the corridor, which in turn would hopefully reduce collisions, because we do see a lot of rear end collisions along like Hunt Club, Riverside, Hunt Club, Prince of Wales, and that's all mostly related to the congestion that's in the area.
Okay. So it sounds that there is opportunities here to reassess some of these locations nearby. And I think that there'll probably be more questions about that. But I also wanted to, Allison, I wanted to just go to you quickly. There was a lot of confusion about what's the process in terms of next steps if this is approved. Site plan was referenced and the various studies that would be accompanying that and what would happen if something was to go in this place. Can you just elaborate a little bit more about what's the next steps in the process if this is approved today?
Okay, so if planning committee recommends this to council, then it goes to council. Council approves the bylaw, then it goes through a 20-day appeal period. Should that come into effect, the bylaw come into effect, I think what you're asking about is when would there be the kind of level of detail or studies available to the public that people are looking for?
Yes.
So staff would receive an application from the developer, from the proponent. The staff would hold a pre-consultation meeting, which would set up the required plans and studies based on the proposal. That's not a meeting that's open to the public, but the point of that meeting is to determine what's required to make a complete application. Then when a complete application was made, it would be circulated, go through a technical and public circulation. The plans and studies are available on the city's website through the development application search page. So that would be when people would have some of the level of detail that I think they're looking for.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to be clear about is that there's more details that will be available for the public to understand and digest, much like any other site plan application or zoning amendment. There's more steps in this process. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. But it comes from the proponent, the developer. The application is submitted under their timing.
Okay, no, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Any comments at all and any discussion that Councillor Dudas, or that's all that you needed?
I may need to chime back in. I want to give some thought to the answers.
Okay, Councillor Leeper, followed by Councillor Egley, followed by Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. So for staff, I mean, just to come back to the basics of what is being asked for here currently, we've heard that warehouses are allowed in the current zone as an ancillary use to the permitted uses that are there. We've heard that, you can have truck bays associated with the uses that are there. The rezoning application is seeking permission for warehouse as a primary use, as well as truck, sorry, I just want to make sure I get this absolutely right, truck transport terminal. Do staff consider that there is a difference in impact between the currently existing uses on the site versus having a warehouse and truck transport terminal as primary uses? Why are those separate permitted uses from what is already permitted? What are the kinds of impacts that you're thinking about in terms of a rezoning?
Thank you for the question. So I would say that staff is reacting to an application that has been made by developer, the landowner wants to add these uses. I think your question is, do these land uses, the addition of these land uses, does it really intensify the operations out there? Is that your question?
Intensify or have other impacts? According to Mr. Sterling, these uses are already allowed. Just, why not rezone it? But having these are not currently permitted uses. They are a separate category. Truck transport terminal is not actually defined in the bylaw. And so I'm assuming we can just apply a plain language interpretation of what that means. Is having a office use with a warehouse attached as a secondary use, is that the same as having a warehouse? What is the difference in planning staff's mind between those two?
Yeah, I don't see a big difference in terms of the impacts of, for example, truck traffic, whether it's a warehouse associated with a small office or a warehouse as a principal use that would have an office as a component of it. I don't see a difference in the impacts.
So in any zone where a small office type use is allowed and a warehouse is allowed as a secondary use, should we just assume that any of those areas should simply allow warehouse as a primary use?
So warehouse would be permitted here as in association with a primary use, but like as Greg Winters was saying earlier, there's nothing in the zoning that requires it to be a certain percentage.
Yep. So I just, if there is absolutely no difference between having a small office with a warehouse as a secondary use, fine. But when I'm looking at the intent of what the zoning bylaw is intended to do, by seeking warehouse as a primary use, I'm assuming that there are impacts associated with that. Otherwise, we would simply allow warehouse as a primary use in any of these LI zones.
I mean, I guess the reason here goes back to why they were removed in the first place. And it's my understanding from our research that this was done at the request of JDS Uniphase when they wanted to set up an office park basically around their high-tech use. So I don't think that there's a very clear answer, Councillor Leeper, because I think warehouse is permitted to operate in conjunction with other uses out there today. So really the impacts are very similar.
Okay, so you consider, and then truck transport terminal is not defined in the bylaw. Do we have that as a permitted use in other zones?
Yes, it's a permitted use in the parent light industrial zone. Okay. And we don't have it as a defined term. I would argue that it relates more to the storage as opposed to the parking of like the trailers of a truck.
I think a room full of reasonable people would agree on what a truck transport terminal is. So no concerns there. Okay, so that is, that's the crux of the decision. Is it a big deal to go from being a secondary use to a primary use? And the assertion of staff is that, the impacts can be expected to be the same. But that's the fundamental question with which I think, this committee has to be seized as we contemplate this. I did want to ask one question as well related to process. I think it was asserted by a previous delegation that there's no more public consultation to be had in the site plan process. This is obviously going to be a complex site plan. It's going to take quite a while to do. Is there the opportunity for the city councillor to ask for an open house as part of this site plan application when it comes?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Perfect. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Eglai.
Thanks, Madam Chair. First question is one of the concerns that we heard from members of my community is that they weren't involved in this from the beginning, and I understand that it's happening in Councillor Meehan's ward, not in my ward, but there's a fairly nice correlation, if you will, in terms of where all the truck traffic could come from. Can staff, I guess this is a direction more than a question, or maybe a combination, are staff able to go off and look at whether it would be appropriate in circumstances such as this, that adjoining community associations, whether they be in the ward or not be in the ward, be alerted to an application of this sort, which may have a direct impact on local traffic, for example, in their area? Is that something that staff could go and have a look at or has looked at in the past?
Yeah, we can certainly look at that. We do have, it is our policy to alert the counselor who is like abutting a site. So in this case, the boundary of the ward is the boundary of the property. And so Councillor Egla, your office was made aware of the application.
No, I'm understanding that, but we also have a circulation list, and I did reach out to community associations, but we do have a circulation list for community associations as well. And that's what I'm referring to, whether it makes sense to something to be sent directly to them as well and make them feel more included in the process in that regard.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we could do that.
Okay, thank you. The second question is, and I know I got an answer from Mr. Sterling, but I want to be sure here, because in previous discussions with staff, this is not the understanding I was left with. He indicated that in fact, Maryville Road by St. Monica School is not a truck route. My understanding up until that answer from discussions with staff and was that it is an inconvenient truck route. It's one that a truck driver would likely not choose because of congestion and everything else. But I don't recall ever being told that in fact it is not a legal truck route, and therefore trucks could not drive past the school. So I'd like clarity on that, because that's an important issue for my community.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, so Maryville's truck route from Fallowfield south to Baseline, or Maryville turns into Clyde, which then comes to Baseline. North of Baseline on Clyde, which is the straight road from where Maryville is, it's not a truck route. And the primary reason for that, because Clyde turns into Maitland, there's a 90-degree turn where Clyde meets Maryville, and trucks can't actually make that movement. And in the past, trucks have not obeyed the signs and they've become stuck. This is probably going back 20, 25 years ago. And so that section that links to the Queensway isn't part of the truck route. So that's where things are with that.
So again, I'm trying to do it all in my head here without a map in front of me. So what you're saying, Phil, is that in fact trucks are not allowed to drive in front of the school at any time of day?
No,
trucks
are permitted to go.
So it is a truck route.
It's a truck route up to Baseline, which I believe is what Mr. Sterling was saying.
So sorry, what?
When I heard Mr. Sterling mention that the truck route ended at Baseline, and north of Baseline, which is Clyde, and then Maryville and Maitland, that's no longer a truck route. So the section between Fallowfield and Baseline is a truck route.
Okay, so because what I understood from Mr. Sterling's answer was that trucks going by the school was not allowed. That portion was not a truck route. And you seem to be saying that in fact it is a truck route.
Yes. It is, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I just want a clarity on that, because if it is a truck route, then it's still a problem that needs to be resolved in some fashion. And then I want to get, I'm not sure who this goes to staff-wise, but again, I was told that worst case scenario was 400 trucks a day by 7 days a week. To me, doing my simple math as I called it, that's 28 trucks a week. Is that staff's understanding as well, that creates 28 additional trucks by way of traffic a week? Is that staff's understanding as well, based on what's been provided to them?
Do you know the answer? I don't understand the question.
Well, I think the person to answer the question really is the was Jennifer, but I will try to take that one. The way that the city's transportation impact assessment guidelines are written is to look at the capacity of the road based on peak hour. So her analysis was about the impacts on capacity at the peak hour, and that's where those figures come from. And I think that it then she said, yes, 400 trucks per day. But I mean, that is whether, as I heard, that is whether the zone changes or not. It's going to, at the moment, the property is vacant. When it redevelops, there will be an increase in traffic. The question is that a difference in traffic if this zoning bylaw amendment is approved? I think the answer is no, it's negligible.
Okay, but the practical effect, if I'm understanding what you're saying, is if this gets rezoned and you get a tenant in there, the practical effect is there will be 2,800 extra trucks a week.
400 trucks in a 24-hour period was the projection, worst case scenario.
Right, and I said that worst case scenario, and so every 24 hours by 7 is 2,800.
I can't answer that because I don't know how the use would operate, whether it operate, there's no specific use yet. I don't know whether it operates 24/7.
Okay, can we agree that it would be 400 trucks a day and leave out how many days a week that might be?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. Madam Chair, I'm going to take this opportunity, if I have the time, just to kind of wrap up how I feel about this.
Sure.
So I would urge my colleagues, I don't vote today, as you know, but I thank the chair for being indulgent of the many questions that I've had. I would urge my colleagues to consider very carefully what they've heard today, both from the applicant and from the very many community members. And remember that the community members that showed up in a number of occasions weren't just speaking as one person, they were speaking as a whole community. We had community association presidents speaking on behalf of what their community had informed them. And I think the general theme is people feel there's not enough information out there to make a reasoned decision on what's happening here. And here's a good example, right? We don't know if this is a 5-day-a-week operation, a 7-day-a-week operation, a 24-hour-a-day operation, or a 12-hour-a-day operation. All we know is what might happen, but we don't know what will happen. And so I ask you to keep all that in mind when figuring out what you want to do today, because site plan does not have to come to committee. It can be lifted, but it doesn't have to be lifted. And if Councillor Meehan chooses not to lift it, and I haven't spoken to her about this, but this means this is the public's last kick at the can. You are the last elected officials that are going to hear from the public as to what they think of this application. And in that light, you have to take very seriously what they've said. And not a single one has said we don't want development. Not a single one has said that, but they've said we want a better sense of what that development is going to be, how it's going to impact on our community, so we can work around that. We can make plans around that. And we got a very ambiguous answer, frankly, from the applicant as to whether they would sit down with the community prior to the site plan application being introduced, whether the community would have that opportunity before the vote in front of council. So this really is the last line of defense. This is the last kick at the can. You are it. You'll be making this decision, and the rest of us will not be hearing from this community again before it comes to council. So I know you will do your jobs. I know you will take things seriously. I urge you to do that, and keep in mind, as I say, that there are very large pockets of knowledge that we don't have, information that we don't have, information the staff doesn't even have in terms of what this is. And the last thing I'll leave you with, just building on what Councillor Leeper said, there's got to be a reason that the applicant is asking for this change. If they could do everything they could do after the change they can do before the change, they wouldn't be asking for a change. A zoning application is expensive. You hire experts, you pay your consultants, you make the time to come to committee. prepared for council. So there's something here that's going to be different from what's there now. And I'm not sure we know exactly what that is. And that's why I would urge you to vote with caution when you vote on this particular application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eglai. Next up is Councillor Brockington, then Councillor Dudas and Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I've been listening. I have not entered to the debate yet, and appreciate the community's contributions and the applicant's reps submission as well, and staff. I think overall it would have been best to start off this morning with a presentation from staff to provide the context and set the table. It's been hard to do this in reverse order, sort of how my brain works, but it's been challenging. I've not been following this file other than some of the emails that we've been getting in, so I appreciate that. My questions, I will admit I'm not overly opposed on planning merits to the application. I think from a planning perspective, I can live with what's being requested, but as we have with many applications, I think there's some very legitimate community concerns that have been raised today and prior to today. And my line of questioning is about traffic and traffic impacts. And I'm not going to try and repeat the same questions, but to staff, the estimates that have been derived, can you just provide us with the analysis that our staff does with those estimates? And really, do we wait until issues arise once this has been built and trucks are on the roads and the community approaches their local councillors and raises these issues? Or is there an actual proactive mitigation plan that we can engage the community on to try and deal with this before it actually happens? Maybe you start with the review and then flip it to film.
We can hear you whispering. I'll teach you how to do semaphore. It's silent.
So yeah, we look at the transportation impact assessment. We look at it at the zoning stage to see if the use can be supported in terms of the adequacy of the roads. In this case, I mean, and not everybody agrees. I understand that, but we have found that the roads are adequate to support the traffic that would be generated from this site. Sometimes that, we're really looking at whether is the traffic capacity there in the peak periods. And this is a use, an industrial use doesn't have to operate. It can operate off peak. So there's capacity in the road network for this use. I think to Councillor Brockington's question about, what can be done at this stage, we do not know the specifics of a development proposal. We do not know the type of land use. We don't know the hours of operation. We don't know the breakdown of heavy vehicles versus other types of vehicles. So when it gets to a site plan application stage, we have more information. The reason why there's a zoning coming forward at this time, was the applicant expressed that was to attract a user. And it's not uncommon that the city would pre-zone land. I mean, it's done across all of the other business parks, that the zoning is in place. And when a user comes in, then the specifics of the uses are evaluated.
Thank you. If I was the local councillor, one of the two local councillors, I would want some stronger assurances that I could share with my community on what steps could be taken to help mitigate the impact of trucks within the residential communities or along these corridors that folks are concerned with. So I realize we don't have all the information before us. We don't know what the final outcome will be, but certainly that is a main theme that I've heard today and prior to today that I want to take home, that I would want to take back to my residents. And when our own staff say the roads still have capacity, my experience means that there's at least 1 hour during the day where we're not in gridlock, that we can actually squeeze more cars in, when in fact, these arterials are full. We have intersections that are rated F that is very hard for local residents to understand approving zoning applications when the infrastructure can't handle it, at least in their eyes. And that's where we struggle. That's where we struggle working with our communities. So I appreciate the historical context that we heard today and what this land has been earmarked for in the past, present, and future. I do think there are planning merits to approve this today, but I think there's some very legitimate concerns we've heard from the community that still need to be addressed going forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Dudas, followed by Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to be brief. I know we had heard from a couple of the other delegations in respect to the economic benefits of this application and just by seeing e-commerce in general in respect to our city. And I was hoping to hear from city staff. I saw on the report that there's discussion about this being employment lands, that this is permissible use, that this fits into what it is. But I was really hoping you can elaborate a little bit more on how this fills an employment gap or an economic gap, not just for the city, but even for this community and for this area, being that the RCMP is there, being that there's amenities close by. But I want to hear a little bit more about the rationale behind why you think that this would be something economically viable for this area.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your question, Councillor Dudas. Don Herwire, Director of Economic Development and Long Range Planning. So, yeah, certainly this is, as we heard today, a long sort of outstanding piece or gap in terms of South Nepean's planned employment area. It's after GDS, there's really been, very little activity except for, the RCMP taking over that site. It's an important part in terms of the employment puzzle in South Nepean, and we've seen some similar activity on the west side of Barhaven in terms of the City Gate development. So it's very much part of the long-standing plan, both of the current City of Ottawa and going back to the former City of Nepean. And I just want to reiterate that is consistent with the vision. The South Maryville Business Park secondary plan, speaks to the, warehousing, straight warehousing being a permitted use. We've heard about the history in terms of when that changed because of the, the JDS high tech vision that hit various roadblocks for a number of reasons. So yeah, and in terms of the new official plan, it's very much consistent with our, our industrial logistics strategy. Council's, fresh off the new OP in terms of, the trends we're seeing in terms of these types of uses, critical, throughout the city. We've seen it, Amazon East and West. We're seeing new activity, at the end of Hunt Club Road near Russell Road. It's a citywide phenomenon that is continuing to grow, and we need facilities across the city in different parts of the city. Certainly, Councillor Dudas is familiar with the needs in terms of Orleans and some of that growth and balance that we're looking for there. But that applies citywide, and this is an important site for South Nepean and Barhaven.
No, and I appreciate that, Don, and I think it's interesting because when people think of Ottawa, even people who live here, we often don't think of anything other than federal government jobs or others. So can you just also explain, though, about, you alluded to the trend of industrial and e-commerce, and I'm trying to understand here because this, I fully sympathize and empathize with what people in this community are bringing to our attention. I have an area in my community that are dealing with truck traffic behind their homes, and that is a current state that they're dealing with, and I'm working with them to mitigate it. But we're all dealing with this growth and what that means. And as we've gone through the pandemic, and we've seen Amazon dropping off packages to our homes, or Perlator, or any of these companies, you know, we're all benefiting from having some of these facilities close by. But I also understand that it's not necessarily living right next to it. So I'm trying to understand, though, in terms of our city's not only recovery from this pandemic, but also the long-term vision, you alluded to it in the official plan. Where does industrial sites, where does e-commerce, where does this type of development fit into how we're moving forward as a city and how we're going to prosper economically?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor. It's really a multi-pronged approach. We're adding through the new official plan. We're adding sites focused on our 400 series highways, because those are really critical in terms of those large sites and you know the larger sites that form sort of the basis for that distribution network. But that's not to say that we don't need additional facilities across the city. There's last mile delivery. There's I live in Councillor Eglai's ward, and I see whether it's UPS, FedEx, whatever, the trucks are constant dropping off products, and not just at my home. So some of that's related to the pandemic, but that is not a trend that we're going to see disappear in the short term, in my opinion. So we really need to plan and accommodate for those uses in terms of urban growth and urban boundary discussions, but also throughout our city in terms of locations that will facilitate and accommodate that type of use.
Thank you, John.
Did you have anything else, Councillor? No? Okay, so it looks like our final appropriately so is Councillor Caroline Meehan. Caroline?
Thank you very much, Chair. Is my mic on?
Okay. Yes, it is.
Well, thank you. Well, yes, as
Chair, I think Councillor Moffat's waving.
Oh,
so I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, if you wanted Caroline to go last, I'll go now. I didn't. Yeah, that's
Caroline. Sorry, I didn't see you.
No, it's I said
I've been trying to watch the faces, because on Hollywood Squares they move around. It's like that. What do you call that cube game? What is it? Rubik's Cube? You move them around. I didn't see Councillor Moffat moved up to the top. So there you go, Councillor Moffat.
No worries, thanks. Yeah, I mean, a lot of talk about the e-commerce. This is very indicative or very similar to a situation that I dealt with a couple years ago. I think the ward councillor and I are kind of have switched roles. It's now in her ward and not in my ward. The North Core project. I think that one, of course, is a similar application, similar plan for the development previously back from the 1990s, but it is on a 400 series highway. So this council actually approved that, I think, almost unanimously. I think only the ward councillor for Ward 22 voted against the North Core project on the 416 there. But you have the idea of how that was, how I looked at that to how I look at this is quite similar, because in that case you had a land that hadn't been touched at all, hadn't been developed at all, but it was zoned for industrial uses. And you had one proposal. And it was a proposal that was just for zoning. It wasn't, we haven't seen site plan yet. We don't know who the proponent is yet, and we likely won't. It's no different than a developer can't sell homes until they get a registered plan of subdivision. Why would any tenant for a building sign on a lease if the building owner doesn't have the ability to build the building yet, or to even have the zoning to approve the building yet? So it's not uncommon that we don't know who these proponents are until you get closer to that site plan phase. So I expect that will happen. And site plan is really the time where you can deal with a lot of those issues that we hear from the community concerns. That's certainly what we're waiting for in North Core to be able to deal with. And of course, there is that public component, no different than zoning when it comes to consultation on the site plan. And as I think it was Councillor Leeper had mentioned, that can be brought forward to committee and council. Just in this one subdivision here in South Maryville Business Park back in the fall of 2020, There was an application approved, 6 bays, Canada Post. It was approved under delegated authority, which means it had concurrence from the ward councillor and from city staff. And that was done here. That was on about 12,000 square meters. I think the total balance of land in this development is about 400,000 square meters. So you can do the math there, is that you take that small facility, which is really a warehouse. It's really a trucking facility. It's got 6 bays. It's going to generate trucking traffic. That's permitted here. It's permitted here today. If you take that one application and you look at how that fits in between 20 and 30 similar facilities like that in this subdivision. Well, that's where you get your trucking concerns. That's where but to Councillor Kitz's point, which she was trying to make earlier, is that notion of almost like death by 1,000 cuts. You get 20 or 30 of these one-off facilities, and all the same concerns are there. The big trucking concerns are there, but it's now 20 to 30 different property owners, 20 to 30 different businesses that you're trying to manage and trying to deal with. Whereas in a situation like this, and how I see it in North Gore, is that you've got one proponent, one building, one owner, one source to go to if there's concerns. If the trucks aren't going in the right direction that you want to see them in, you go back to that one concern, that one owner. I know that's been how we've been managed to deal with residential development issues in Manotick. We always go back to Minto. We have one place to go, rather than the situation of multiple businesses, multiple developers. So there's some positives to that. When you look at what's permitted today and the concerns that come with what's permitted today, they're not too indifferent than the concerns of this one application. The difference is this is one big project, one big development. Of course, we're not talking about actual development today. We're talking about zoning, and development. Development will come later potentially, but it's that same notion. So I think that's kind of how I look at this. I think that's how council really needs to look at this. One of the delegations says we need to look at this based on planning merits. It's not wrong. We do. And I think you have to weigh what's permitted today, what could be built in the future, that long-term vision, that big picture sort of perspective for the entire South Maryville Business Park, the same as how we as council looked at the North Gore project and determined the suitability of the zoning amendment for it. So it's do you want multiple smaller facilities that create one big problem, one big concern that you can't really manage as well? Or do you take this one, you go to site plan, you try to manage with the situation that you have, you try to manage with the concerns that come with it, and you tick away at those. I know in North Gore, we were able to do a bunch of zoning changes that alleviated some of the concerns that we would have seen with long-term development, bigger setbacks, reduced footprint. There was a lot of benefits that we took from that project that I was only able to do because we had the one applicant and the one zoning amendment. So, I think there's certain ways to look at this. I certainly appreciate the concerns. I've heard these concerns. These concerns exist in North Gore. That application is before the LPAD right now for that very reason. But I do think that we ended up with a better solution in North Gore than what the original plan was for that development. And that could be the same here. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moffat. Now, back to Councillor Meehan. Carol-Ann?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I want to thank all my colleagues for their very thoughtful comments on this really difficult situation that we're facing. As the ward councillor in Ward 22, I want to assure everybody that I want economic growth and I want more jobs, possibly more than anyone. And I will support any company that's coming in who wants to establish and hire people in our community. We are well established and we are well positioned for a lot of growth. But I have to say that this location in the South Maryville Business Park is absolutely, at this time, the wrong location for a warehouse and truck terminal. Yes, the property sat vacant for 30 years. Yes, the original intent was for this kind of development. Well, I don't think 30 years ago they would have envisioned an Amazon type warehouse with 2,800 trucks a week going through there. That being said, I just want to address the comment that Councillor, my colleague Scott Moffat said. I oppose this application on the same grounds that I oppose the application for the warehouse property in North Gore, simply because we did not have the infrastructure there. They're hiring a lot of people. We didn't have the roads to get people to those jobs. And the residents in the community knew that they were going to be impacted, and they were vocal about it. And that's why I could not vote for it. That's the same reason I'm hoping that people will vote for this today. I would love to be able to tell the residents in this area that there are ways to mitigate the impacts of the traffic, but quite frankly, there aren't. We don't have the money, which has always been the reason that we can't widen our roads. We can't do it, not until 2031 for a portion of Prince of Wales, let alone Maryville, Fallowfield, Woodruff. Woodruff doesn't even go to Prince of Wales anymore. I don't know if a lot of people remember that. That's been closed off. That's not an option. Trucks can't get down Woodruff to Prince of Wales and get out to the warehouse that way. So we're looking at traffic impacts on Barhaven and on Riverside South. I totally agree. We do not have enough information about the application. What is it going in there? And that's just another reason that we really have to hit the pause button on this. And I also think that when it comes to planning, we have to have a more holistic approach to this. It's not just that an application meets the intent or all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. Communities are involved here. And I believe whatever economic spin-offs that we can have will be offset by the damage that we're doing to communities and the quality of life in these neighborhoods. So for those reasons, I'm urging you today to take a serious sober second thought about the impact of this. Yes, this is the new wave. This is the new way of doing business. And nobody actually seems to think that maybe we haven't even asked the question if this is good for us. More and more trucks on our road, more and more garbage that we're having to deal with, and encouraging it at the detriment of a lot of our established businesses that are already there. So I think there's a lot of reasons for us to think twice about this application today. And I'm urging you to please give the residents some consideration. They came out in droves at the public hearing and here today. And don't give them a reason to go away more cynical, because I know a lot of them feel that this is a done deal. And a lot of communities feel that's the same way when they approach applications like this. So it's a done deal. Our say has no sway. Give them a reason to be optimistic today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. I see no one else to speak on the zoning bylaw amendment. I want to thank all the public that's been engaged. I want to thank the staff certainly, and I want to thank all of you for your interest. You know, for myself, having been here a long time and representing really areas that were all represented today, and having been here when JDS came to Nepean with the opportunity, and remembering you know, what we've done to be ready for this business park to finally take flight. It was no small thing for Nepean to fully service the site 30 years ago. In fact, maybe Eli remembers this, but I don't think anyone else would that's sitting here today. But the municipalities around here in the townships used to mock us for being forward thinking and doing things in advance. We did that. And I remember at the same time that JDS was building their global headquarters at the 416 in Fallowfield, Nortel was moving their head office campus from where D&D is today to the 100 acres that now has the Tomlinson's head office, that has the Costco and some retail, that has the 3 million square foot Amazon. Times changed. The success that we all anticipated, especially for myself, and just imagine being in Barhaven and having 2 global headquarters. I mean, Councillor Suds would be jealous for that kind of an opportunity to have a Nortel and a JDS as bookends to the community. You know, we did a lot of things to get ready for this day. We don't know what it will be today. But I do know that Barbara Farber and her family have, I think it was Jack that said for 3 generations, and surely it is, have been engaged, have been waiting for the opportunity. And I think that the, the fact that if we do nothing today, warehouses can still be built, 275 truck bays can still be used, and 9 million or 10 million square feet of buildings can create a campus. We wait long enough, maybe the Nortel and JDS or a version of that will come back. And instead of having a lot of trucks, we'll have another 10,000 to 15,000 employees. Because when JDS opened, we had 10,000 people there, which is why we did the EA on Maryville Road, because we were concerned about the increased vehicular traffic. And I remember when the demise of JDS and how the building stayed empty for a number of years until the RCMP became interested. And then myself and Steve DeRoche was a brand new counselor at the time, and Andrea Steenbakers. The 3 of us spent many meetings with RCMP and OC Transpo trying to figure out how we would get a bus there. Hopefully, averting some of the car traffic. This has been a long time coming, and to bring back 2 of the original permitted uses because times have changed, as they likely will in the future, is something that I can support. So I will be voting in favor of the application today, and I'm going to call yeas and nays.
Madam Chair, may I first, I'm having trouble with the video today. I'm able to hear you, but it says I'm disabled by the host. I wonder if Melanie could just check at her end.
I'm sure that's accidental.
Absolutely.
Hang on.
Can you try now, Counselor?
There we go. Thank you.
Oh, you're back. Oh,
just in time for the vote.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Cluche.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Councillor Suds.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
And Councillor El Shantari.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you to the 2 councillors who.
Chair.
Yes.
Vice Chair and yourself, I need the vote.
Oh. Vice Chair Gower.
Yes.
And myself, yes. I just wanted to thank the 2 councillors that came out and spoke so well on behalf of the folks that came out to speak today and the people that have been engaged in this. The issue, I think the main issue that we heard of without question was about traffic and about capacity and how we can handle that. One thing I know for certain is that Councillor Kitts, Councillor Dudas, Councillor El Shantari, Councillor Brockington. I could go, Councillor Moffat for some of the areas, Councillor Hubley. Many of us, if faced with the same opportunity and had the same report before us, would be saying the same thing. In fact, you heard Councillor Dudas say that earlier with the Renault report standing up on transportation issues. So we all know that the TMP is our opportunity to affect change. I think that there's other ways that we need to be looking at how we afford to keep up with the transportation routes that we need. And many of us have talked about that as well. And, as we get into the TMP, that's part of the discussion for sure. I thank you for your attention today, and I thank you. I thank you all for your participation. So on the zoning bylaw amendment 2 and 20 Leakin Drive and 99 Bill Leatham Drive, the vote is as I called it, and I think that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 yeas. This will go to council on June the 9th. Thanks very much, everyone, on that. Now we'll go on to our next item that is held, which is our only other item that is held, and that is the zoning bylaw amendment for 166 Hiron Avenue. And we have, do we still have our speakers here? David and Charlotte Simpson?
I believe so. Let me just check. Yes.
Okay, and you are the first up to speak on the zoning bylaw amendment for 166 Huron Avenue. Sorry for the delay. We never know how these things will work out. Oh, there you are. Hello. Welcome. I'm sure that you know, because you've been sitting here for hours now, that every delegation has 5 minutes to speak. So please go ahead, and thank you very much for your comments and slide in advance. I think your mic is off.
I'm unmuted now. You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, just a technical point before we start. There it is. Okay, Melody, I'm just going to, I've timed a 5-minute presentation because I know how strict Jen is. I think I've distributed the written format to every councillor through you and directly. So I will just speak directly, so you can not try to, we don't need the slides.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm David Simpson. My wife Charlotte is here. We owned and lived in the Sullivan home for 11 years, totally restoring the exterior and interior to its original form, with countless work hours, personal dollars, and research to get it right. We put an Ontario heritage easement on the property to protect it in perpetuity. We sold it to an architect and his family who used it as a residence and have maintained the artifact in the same manner. We are therefore totally vested in its proper preservation. As a career executive director, a certified associate executive who ran 3 associations, I know associations well and what they must do to grow and survive. Charlotte, as a principal of several schools, including Jockville, Bayview, General Vanier, knows educational and recreational issues and the wear and tear created by youth on a building. Ottawa architect Francis C. Sullivan died at 46 at Frank Lloyd Wright's home in Arizona, Taliesin South. Needless to say, there were friends and colleagues. After Hiron Avenue was built in 1915, they designed the Pembroke Library together before doing the Imperial Hotel in Tokyo, Japan. Form follows function was their operative style, and sometimes got into vehement discussions with clients about use. They designed for very specific use. A house as a house, a library as a library, a hotel as a hotel. They even designed the furniture and accessories so the design would work and the design details were not hidden. Francis Sullivan was also a carpenter and loved his interior woodwork, often sorting through a full load of wood to get just the right graining for his wooden accents, doors, plate rails, beams, newel posts, and staircases. This was restored by us with European trained craftsmen. There is great concern that the increased use and multiple activities of the association will dent, scratch, chip the designated wood and stained glass. There is no cloakroom or space for boats, coats, backpacking, strollers, walkers, and any other conveyance that association attendees will have to bring. The house is only a little over 2,000 square feet or 2,100 square feet. The three principal rooms on the main floor with a heritage bylaw are small, 14 by 12, 15 by 12, 17 by 12. These are the living room, dining room, and den. To adequately protect and see the stained glass doors and woodwork and architecture detail, you can't place even a small percentage of the bookshelves to accommodate the 10,000 books stated. If it's just coffee table books, as responded to those concerns by the applicant, it's hardly a library. For all the other activities, just too small for their activities without damaging the protected features. In fact, if you look at the McKinsey style analysis we did, under the program plan and assessment of use, there would be a 505% increase in entrance and exits versus a family of 6. The actual size of households in Westboro Village is 3 times less, and the amount of traffic that the association would generate is considerably more based on what their website shows. So the increase would be more likely to be an 1,000% increase in wear and tear. Make sure you look at the website, Youth Jewish Library, and see the activities and the non-conforming nature of the property.
1 minute.
That's not right. Read the analysis of the senior planner we asked to review this issue with background as a former Ottawa regional councillor. With no vested interest, she felt the association was a misnomer, representing itself as a library for allowed primary use, when in fact it was really a school and recreational drop-in center. In her opinion, they should be calling a spade and not a shovel. The primary use of the building is to be a recreational, which just happens to have a library. The heritage advocate and former lawyer and judge who wrote eloquently against the change stated a video of the existing site convey more accurately the level of activity that the house and street would think. You can read the parking, commercial space, the due process issues in my presentation. A safety and security assessment on this new Jewish site has not been done by planners. While no organization should be hamstrung with fear of terrorist attacks, vandalism, or hate crimes, it is a serious problem as Jewish and Muslim sites are the number one. You let other people go on.
No, actually, that's not me that's speaking. That is our committee coordinator, and no, I don't. You can have 15 seconds to wrap up if you have a final statement, sir.
I do. I'm 1 page short. This council has delegated the authority under the Ontario Heritage Act by us to protect the building exterior and key interior design elements by previous council bylaws. There are just too many negatives to allow this amended change, and we trust council will do the right thing.
Thank you, sir. And I see no questions, so thank you for coming out today. We're going to go with our next speaker is Carolyn Hatton.
Oh, I was just trying to see if I could get my audio to, or my video to work as well. Perfect. Hello. So good morning, Madam Chair and other councillors. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak on behalf of the majority of the residents that live on Hiron Avenue North's dead end street this morning. I would like to reiterate the poor timing with respect to this rezoning and the lack of communications, shared documentation with residents on our street. We are in uncharted waters these days with the pandemic lockdown and even our what seemed to be never-ending construction on our street that just recently concluded. Residents are upset that emails sent have not been responded to, and they feel that there has been a lack of communication and transparency throughout this process to get to this stage. Many have asked to be informed of next steps or forwarded information, but to no avail. We, the residents of the street, have not had the opportunity to come together to discuss this rezoning due to the COVID restrictions, the lockdown, and the construction. Requests have been made to wait on this decision due to the above, but they have been disregarded. We also have a number of elderly residents on this street that are not technologically fluent. Another family is currently unavailable due to confidential work, while another is on a posting out of the country. Only recently have we been out on the street communicating to one another what has been shared with each other, with each of us individually, to try to come together collectively. One of our biggest frustrations with the zoning bylaw amendment is that it is apparently required to permit a small library use. It has been shared that there are over 10,000 books in storage. It is also misleading, as the plan is to include over a dozen groups and meetings and workshops. There are cooking clubs, bread making, parenting, computer literacy. All these are going to be happening throughout the week, with, I believe, from the contingency or the preliminary plan, nothing aside from maybe the books, the library running on Saturdays. The Jewish Youth Library's website clearly states the Jewish Youth Library is not just a library, it is a hub of activity with schools, camps, educational institutes, and many special programs and events. It says that the Jewish Youth Library is looking to relocate. So what about the other events that were not shared in their initial preliminary programming schedule? We are convinced that these will eventually be implemented on the site as well after this rezoning has passed. And just to let you know, their current site right now is basically a 5-minute drive from where they are asking to relocate, and they have everything that they need, I believe, at that site. It's only 2.5 kilometers away. I believe it's an amazing organization. I have had a number of my students that have been affiliated with it. It's just that, and I believe the same square footage is there. I just, as you'll see, I just don't want it on my street, on my residential street. They say that it's been reported that only 10 to 12 people will be in the building at the time, rotating through the various activities, groups, and workshops. I presume that this is being taken at face value. What happens when these numbers are exceeded if the rezoning is passed? Will there be any consequences or fines issued if the numbers are exceeded? The Simpsons that just spoke research findings via data-driven type assessment by McKinsey Code determined that with the provided schedule, there would be 728 visits per week to this location. Thus, the building being unlikely to have many more visitors is a fallacy. At this stage, we are told that the daycare and summer camps will not move to this location. Once the property is rezoned, they will be able to do so. Will there be a clause or something that enables them to do this or to stop it from happening? Mr. Leeper, your initial Kitchissippi email stated that as the site and current building are a designated heritage resource, no changes to the site or building are proposed in association with the zoning bylaw amendment. At the open house that was held on January 14th, a number of questions were brought forth and answers were unknown. For example, can bike racks or accessibility ramps be installed? Will security be compromised? How will the 10,000 books be displayed? We, the residents, are concerned about noise, congestion, parking, and security, not to mention the impact that it will have on the heritage home designation with the Simpsons addressed. The driveway for this property supports enough parking for staff at best. The rest would be on the street, which is already used by residents, our guests, and the businesses from Wellington, and it is in a limited supply. Our concerns regarding parking on our street are being downplayed by the assertion that participants will use the nearby transit station, bike, and walk. This is speculative at best. It is not likely that in the winter or inclement weather, with taught seniors or patrons with disabilities that library book carriers, that these will be viable options. Traffic and parking will be issues on this dead end street, and it will impact the residents on this street. In your initial correspondence with me, Mr. Leeper, on May 5th, you stated, I'm also very concerned about the potential for this to become a school site for summer camps. Why is this and all the other unanswered questions no longer concerns? You seem to be taking this nonprofit organization's word at face value. I've lived on the street for more than 75, well, it's been in my home for over 75 years. And I urge you, I think this is a great organization. I just live on a residential street. My neighbors and myself would like to keep it a residential street. I'm more than happy to go and get petitions or people to sign that have not been made aware of what is happening. We just need more time, and we're asking for more time to put that together. I do not want a recreation center on my street. I am a teacher. I have my students that I deal with every day. When I come home, I want it to be my residence. I have a partner who is an intensive care unit
Thank
nurse.
you, Ms. Hatton. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Long past that.
Appreciate it.
But thank you for coming out. And I see no one with their hands up. Thank you very much. Does anyone, let's see who else I have. Does anyone have any questions? Kirsten, are you making a presentation or are you here for questions?
We're here for questions unless a presentation is requested.
Okay, I don't think so. I'm not seeing anyone ask for one. So does anyone have any questions for Kirsten? Did you want to introduce the people with you?
Yes, thank you. So thanks, Madam Chair and councillors. My name is Kirsten Itcha. I'm a planner with FO10. And with me today is Nathan Patrician, also a planner with FO10. And we have Devorah Katak. So Devorah is the executive director of the Jewish Youth Library of Ottawa. And she is here also to answer any questions that Nathan and I can't answer. So we're happy to answer those questions as they come up. Thanks.
Okay, well, there's none coming up. So thank you for, oh, wait a minute. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. Yep, thank you, Chair. So just by way of a quick piece of background ahead of my question, when the Jewish Youth Library first approached us with the idea of doing this, they needed to make a decision as to whether or not to purchase the property. I urged them before they applied for the zoning permissions that they would need to speak with the community. We organized an open house ahead of their application. And one of the questions that came up, of course, we all had it, was what kind of programming are we likely to see in this location on a residential street? This property is about 3 doors down from Wellington Street. So it has residential low-rise properties on either side. You saw the picture that Mr. Simpson showed. It's an absolutely beautifully restored residential property. And there's concerns about over programming. One of the responses that the Jewish Youth Library provided to me in response to the question about over programming the site was a proposed programming grid. So what kind of numbers, ballpark, of people would be visiting this location in the course of a day? And I did send that programming grid around to the residents who were part of that open house to let them know that, you know, having seen the programming grid, I had fewer concerns coming out of that than I had going in. But just as an example, so on a Monday, for example, the JYL is proposing that from 10 until 11, they might have 6 people visit for a mom and tot. From 2 until 3, they might have 5 people in for a cookbook club. From 3 until 4, a coffee and book club for seniors that might see 6, 7 people visiting the location. And then between 5 and 6, a parenting workshop in which they would anticipate that 5 people or so would visit. And I guess, Kirsten, the key question that I would pose to you and the applicants is, these seem like very reasonable numbers. If I have a bridge club once a week on the street that's bringing, 5 people in at a time, and it doesn't seem overwhelming. But how do we know that these numbers are not going to grow? There's programming that is proposed for 6 out of the 7 days a week at similar or slightly less intensive numbers. And I'm okay with those sort of numbers. But how do we know that it's not going to become a much more heavily programmed space?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think one of the important things to focus on, as well as helping to answer this question, is that as one of the residents said, at 192 Switzer, the current location of the Jewish Youth Library, many of those activities will just remain at that location. For example, the daycare or sports activities or educational activities that are related to that daycare. So it actually is becoming, this new location actually is expanding and separating those uses. And it's not bringing over those uses from the other site. That site will remain there and continue to function. I think also important is that, as we've heard, the building itself is not that large. It's approximately 2,500 square feet. There are many elements, there are smaller rooms. So just the layout of the building itself does not lend itself to large gatherings. And furthermore, all the activities are volunteer run by the Jewish Youth Library of Ottawa. So I believe there's maybe 1 or 2 staff that keep it running, but all those activities are run by volunteers. So through, I guess, just that format and being able to keep those main activities at the other location, we feel that it will actually serve to limit that number of activities that will take place at the new location.
The daycare, in order to run a daycare, you would need, or your clients would need, a license. They have said that they're not going to apply for that license in order to run a daycare. What sort of commitment do we have?
So as part of this rezoning, so currently the site is zoned for R3, so residential third density, recognizing, that's the context of the neighborhood. The rezoning for this site proposed to keep that residential zoning and just permit this limited use. So the intention is to still permit residential. For some reason the JYL leaves. And daycares are not a permitted use in the R3 zone, and it is not part of the zoning bylaw amendment. So a daycare is not permitted to operate there as per the zoning. Just to clarify, just to let everybody know though, in the R3 zone and all residential zones, home daycares are permitted to operate, and anybody on Hiron Avenue can have a home daycare, but not a daycare center.
Do they intend to operate a home daycare?
I do not believe so, because there are very strict regulations about home daycares. I won't pretend to know the numbers, but they're very limited, and they have quite a daycare center going at the other site, a very well-established location. And I don't believe it's their intention to have a home daycare. Also because there will be nobody living there. It is going to be a library. So yes.
So 10,000 books is a lot of books. And concerns have been expressed that, the floors might not be able to handle it. Is this going to be 10,000 books on shelves in this house?
I think that's a great question. I think because, the Jewish Youth Library doesn't own it yet. They probably haven't been able to go in and take very detailed analysis of where to put those. The idea is to install bookshelves where they can. As we've heard today, there are elements of the interior that are designated under the Ontario Heritage Act. So they do have to preserve those and cannot touch those. I think 10,000 books, as you noted, is a lot. So I won't presume to know the answer, but Devorah may chime in if she'd like, but I'd also imagine that it just gives them an opportunity. So right now, all those books are in boxes. They're actually not even on display. They're not available. The Jewish Youth Library is not open. But even having another location, even if they don't have the ability to put out 10,000, at least they have the ability to put out some of those and then have the opportunity to rotate them in and out of storage, or to access them as needed from a storage location and use them in the library.
And then I guess my final question would be, we heard from Mr. Simpson, this has been a beautiful restoration. There's going to be wear and tear associated with, a number of drop-in programs happening through the day. How does your client intend to live up to its obligation to protect the heritage elements of this building?
So I think actually, as a library use, the Jewish Youth Library is non-sectarian, is actually open to the public. So I think actually as making it a public use, you'll actually have more visibility and people able to use it and view the heritage attributes, which gives it more eyes on that heritage and just making it public. And I think they'll actually be able to celebrate it and keep it maintained because they want to share that with the public versus, if it remains as residential, nobody sees it. You don't know what happens in that house. There's no means that I know of, and we've spoken to Heritage about how interiors of designated heritage resources are monitored unless a building permit process takes place. So actually by being public, you'll actually get to see it and keep it more visible and protected, in our opinion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kirsten.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see anyone else asking any questions. So on the zoning bylaw amendment at 166 Hiron Avenue, the Planning Committee recommend Council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 166 Hiron Avenue North in order to add a library area use and accessory uses at the subject property as detailed in document 2.
Carried.
Is that Adam carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that is the end of our held items. Any notices of motion? We do have an inquiry from Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I do have an inquiry. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but as a prelude to the inquiry, I'm asking about a tree that residents had expected to be protected in an infill scenario. In the process of approving the building permit, the servicing was looked at with these long semis, and a tree removal permit was subsequently granted. And I have a number of questions around that. This became a major neighborhood discussion the weekend before last. I went back and forth with staff. Thank you very much, Chair Harder, for working with me on that. We were not able to save the tree. And my inquiry is, the process and outcome have resulted in several questions on the communities and my part. One, when planners assessing the variances being sought to build the long semis with the shared driveway, did they assess the realistic chances of the tree in question being retained? Two, when the plans were submitted for building permit approval that included removal of the tree in 2020, why was no notice provided to either I or the community? Three, what changes have been instituted in the intervening time as a result of the passage of the new urban tree management plan and urban tree conservation bylaw that would have been relevant to this building approval process? Four, what considerations were given in the course of the building permit approval process to preserving and or removing the tree in question? Five, what protections are in place, if any, to prevent a similar outcome from a similar process? And six, could staff provide copies of the documentation related to the building permit application, tree removal permit request, and decisions arising from those, including any notifications provided to external stakeholders?
Thank you very much, Councillor Leeper. And we know that we've got bits and pieces of the answers already, and some changes have been made. But if you had seen the tree that we lost in Councillor Leeper's ward, you know, if you believe in the benefit of trees, I certainly do. Send a picture of one of my own, actually. That is incredibly sad how this went down. So we're adjourned, and our next meeting is Thursday, June the 10th. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good day, everyone.